Chapter 1680. Not only Yifan, but Longma and the others also looked as if they had seen a ghost. They had never thought that the person in the painting would actually appear in the real world. On the broken Tao platform, the old Taoist was very calm. His skin was lustrous and he did not look old. Was this the person who had fought against the undying Heaven Empress? Many cultivators looked at him. What era is he from? How did he appear here and become the master of the heavenly palace? Longma and the others were all more shocked than the last. The yin-yang fish rotated and the broken Tao platform was simple and unadorned. The old Taoist did not move at all. Behind him, Zhou Yi and Lin Jia clearly saw Yifan and Pang Bo. Their eyes flashed and they nodded slightly. So many years had passed and they had not changed much. Cultivation passed by quickly, and a few hundred years was not a long time for experts. It was clear that each of them had extraordinary strength. The two of them had refined their Tao bones and their bodies emitted a halo of light. They were especially outstanding in the chaotic energy and were like a pair of jade lovers. Yifan nodded to them and then stared at the old Taoist. He looked carefully and confirmed that he was not wrong. This was really the person in the painting. He had never thought that he would appear in reality. In the past, he had fought a bloody battle with the Overlord Empress and had gone to the Golden Ancient Road with Pang Bo, Longma and the other saints. There, he had seen an old man chopping firewood on a small star. At first, they had mistakenly thought that he was a real existence. Later on, they found out that he was a person from the stone carvings. He chopped firewood tirelessly and possessed a mysterious charm that attracted everyone. Later on, they had seen 9 stone carvings left behind by this old man. Not only were there divine coffins in the stone carvings, but they also touched upon the undying heaven blade and were suspected to have seen through the secrets of the heavenly sovereign. Although he was now dressed as a Taoist, he was undoubtedly that person. He had actually walked out of the stone carvings and was living in reality. They had speculated that the stone carvings were from a long time ago, and that this old man was most likely not from the current generation. Now that he had appeared in the world, they were naturally shocked. The woodcutter old man had come from the ancient era and appeared in this era. However, his clothes had changed and he was now wearing a Taoist robe. Perhaps this was his true identity. In the past, he had been comprehending the Tao and tempering himself in the mortal world. The old Taoist faced the crowd and sighed, "There have been too many battles in this world and many people have died. I want to quell the chaos and end all these troubles." "Do you really think you can quell the chaos just because you say you can? Do you really want to rule the world?" Someone in the dark said coldly. Shwa! A snow-white blade light rushed into the heavens from the back of the old Taoist. He was carrying a hatchet on his back and the light illuminated the heaven and earth, making people unable to open their eyes. "I won't even frown if I need to take action to quell the blood and chaos. If I can exchange it for a lifetime of peace, I'm willing to be a conqueror who only targets a small number of people." The old Taoist sighed. His voice was not loud, but it had a powerful deterrent force. It also made people feel his determination and sincerity, as if he was not fighting for himself, but to reduce the chaos of blood. The biting cold blade light rushed into the 9 heavens, vast and mighty in the celestial court. Everyone was shocked to find that this heavenly palace was not destroyed. The white blade light passed through the palace and into the heavens, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. With a chong sound, the illusory figure that appeared earlier, which was the weapon spirit, flew into the blade light. Then, everything disappeared. The waterfall-like light and the weapon spirit entered the hatchet together. This was a formless intimidation. Who dared to say they would win? Perhaps not a single person in this world. Not far away, a quasi-emperor coughed out blood and retreated. The blade did not slash towards him and didn't even leave its sheath. Only the blade energy rushed into the heavens, yet it forced a supreme expert who was not in the direction of the blade light into such a state. It was truly shocking. It was clear that the old Taoist did not kill him. He only made him cough out blood and appear, leaving him with a chance to live. This kind of method, this kind of divine might, caused everyone's heart to palpitate. Who could contend against him? This was a strange scene. An old Taoist sat cross-legged on the damaged Yin-Yang Dao platform, carrying a hatchet on his back. No matter how one looked at it, it was a bit strange. However, everyone was stunned, not daring to breathe too loudly. The ancient princes were the same. They knew that they were far from being able to compare. That kind of realm was truly too profound. The quasi-emperor was at the absolute peak, reaching the pinnacle, and had already touched upon the laws of the Emperor Dao. In this realm, everything could be used as a weapon. A strand of hair could crush a river of stars, opening a world with a raise of one's hand, tearing apart the universe. This was not a problem. Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other in dismay. This old man's appearance was unexpected. Today, the appearance of the ruins of the celestial court had truly caused the winds and clouds to change. "May I ask for Senior's name?" someone asked. "I forgot." The old Taoist raised his eyes and looked into the distance. He shook his head and then said, "You all can call me the woodcutter old man." Everyone was suspicious. Such a powerful person definitely had a world-shaking past. It was clear that he didn't want to talk about it. At this moment, the bearded man walked over with a heroic look on his face. However, he secretly winked at Li Tian and Yan Ishi, causing their fine hairs to stand on end. A layer of goosebumps appeared on their skin. "My master isn't someone from this era. He came from the ancient times, and because of some reason, he was sealed in a rock and lived until now." The bearded man revealed such shocking news. After that, he told everyone to call the old Taoist the woodcutter old man. The master of the quasi-emperor? The bearded man was clearly the quasi-emperor. How terrifying was his master? Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Couldn't be a great emperor, right? Could it be that this unremarkable old man had already achieved the Tao? It was earth-shattering. "Sai, I'll tell you the truth. I am only an in-name disciple and am not someone from the same era as my master." The bearded man mumbled. Everyone felt relieved. If the two emperors were too terrifying, then this bearded man wasn't the old Taoist's true disciple and was only a disciple in name. Behind the platform formed by the yin-yang fish, Zhou Yi and Lin Jia's eyes shone brilliantly. They continuously swept past Yi Fan and Pang Bo's bodies. Some people noticed them but were puzzled. "Grandpa, this immortal tree trembled. Is it going to come back to life?" Outside the heavenly palace, the strong-looking child spoke. The yellow-toothed old man was carrying a wooden bucket and carefully watering the tree. This was already the 800th bucket, and all of the golden lightning elemental liquid had been absorbed. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. Could it be that this tree could really come back to life? The woodcutter old man and the others seemed to have only moved into the celestial court not long ago. Otherwise, why would they start watering it now? Everyone was greatly shaken. The most precious thing in the celestial court, apart from the venerable emperor's scriptures, this kind of immortal medicine tree was definitely ranked at the top. It moved everyone's heart. With a rumbling sound, the sky trembled. A terrifying cloud appeared in the distance. It was like a huge flame burning, covering the sky. Phoenix nest. Many people turned pale with fright. Some people recognized what it was. Was it a dwelling built from the phoenix blood tree? Or was it a true imperial magical artifact? How could there be such an astonishing pressure that made one's mind uneasy? Everyone knew that the undying empress had arrived. Everyone was in an uproar. They had heard about it before, but they only saw the phoenix nest today. Naturally, it attracted millions of gazes. Dao Friend's body is quite sturdy. A clear and melodious voice rang out like a young girl's whisper. It seemed to possess a strange magical power. Everyone was petrified. Was this the undying empress? In theory, it should be her. Who else could it be with such a posture? However, her voice was too young. According to everyone's speculations, she should be a lethargic old woman. They never expected her to be so young. Of course, no one saw her true appearance, so they didn't know if she was really that young. They could only see the huge phoenix nest pressing down, about to enter this heavenly palace. The Empress is still alive and well in this world. How could I dare die? The old Taoist calmly said. His tone was tough and not polite at all. Are you looking forward to my death? but I can still live for several thousand years. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Also, I want to take back this heavenly palace. Please leave." A clear and melodious voice rang out from the phoenix nest, like the singing of an oriole. "Why do you say return? How did it become the Empress territory?" The old Taoist said, "Back then, the Emperor and I lived here for a long time, so it is naturally my home. Now that I've returned, it is the right thing to do. Is there anything wrong with that?" The undying Empress voice was a bit cold. "If the Emperor's descendant is here, perhaps I can say this. Empress, you are twisting words and forcing logic. Now, this place belongs to the people of this world. It is not mine, nor is it yours," the woodcutter said. Hee. Like a string of silver bells colliding, the undying Empress laughter had a type of demonic nature. It made everyone here want to bow down and worship her. With a chong sound, the woodcutter on the old Taoist's back left its sheath on its own. The sound of the blade shattered the laughter, instantly calming this world down. "Do you still want to fight?" The old man spoke. His tone was calm, but it was resolute. He was going to face this with the edge of his blade. Wang! An expanse of fiery light flew out from the phoenix nest. It was as if scarlet blood was layered over each other. Dazzling radiance erupted, as if an immortal phoenix was about to undergo nirvana. "Empress, are you going to walk the path of the Emperor? Do you want to obtain the blood of the emperors and then bathe in your own body, realizing the phoenix's nirvana?" The woodcutter's words shook the world. At the same time, the phoenix nest trembled. It was clear that it received an attack. The scarlet blood, immortal, multicolored light retreated. What did the undying Empress do? Why do you say that?" Many people were shocked. Yifan and Pang Bo glanced at each other, both of them quivering. They thought of the 9 stone inscriptions left behind by the woodcutter. They were related to the ancient divine coffin and the bloodline of the emperor. There were even some stone inscriptions related to defying the heavens that were erased after he finished carving them. It was clear that the woodcutter understood many astonishing secrets in the past. They were related to the eternal heavens, and he was only tossing out one of them. The undying Empress was greatly shaken. Even she didn't think that the other party would know so much. In that instant, Yifan shivered. The undying Empress was bathed in emperor blood and underwent nirvana. Just how astonishing of a matter was this? No wonder, during the darkness upheaval, some people said that he was the greatest conspirator. It is clear that this emperor still has other terrifying methods. Yifan thought of many things. The great emperors and ancient sovereigns of the later generations all knew how terrifying the undying Empress was. They were all on guard against him. So there was actually such a secret. To be reborn while bathing in emperor blood. This was a terrifying legend. It was the same reasoning as a phoenix undergoing nirvana and being reborn through flames, but it was even more terrifying. How could the blood of an emperor be flowed so easily? Just what kind of struggle would it be accompanied by? Everyone felt their scalps go numb just thinking about it. That realm was indeed extraordinary. There were no mortals, and the things they did were somewhat unrecognizable. Chapter 1681. The undying celestial emperor came, using the power of a monarch to force the woodcutter elder to hand over the celestial court ruins. Bathing in the blood of emperors, undergoing nirvanic rebirth. Just how terrifying is this bloodline? Everyone felt a chill run down their backs, thinking of many things. Just how many bloody cases had happened in the distant past. If news of this got out, it would definitely shock heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. Many people felt their blood run cold. The deaths of a few great emperors in history were extremely abnormal. Could it be related to this? They still remembered the commotion when the Supreme Emperor's corpse was discovered in Northern Dipper Domain's Central Province Immortal Manor world. Such a supreme being with astonishing offensive power who walked on the path of immortality actually died after his body was shattered, the blood that flowed out still burning even now. Moreover, there were people who heard the terrifying roar of an ancient emperor-level existence, loudly berating the undying celestial emperor. When they thought of these things, everyone's entire body went ice cold. Just how ancient of a person was that? Could it be that he existed throughout the endless history of cultivation? He was still here this entire time. This was simply unimaginable and horrifying. A long roar sounded, shaking the heavens. The phoenix nest was still hazy, surrounded by bloody mist. One could only vaguely make out the outline of the divine nest formed from blood phoenix wood. At this time, a tall figure stood above, overlooking this place. He said coldly, "The heavenly emperor is an immortal god, unfathomable under the heavens." The sun, moon, and stars all fell together, revolving around him. He was like the center of the universe. There were endless stellar streams there, the scene astonishing. This was an exceptionally beautiful male, like a deity. His head of long silver hair hung down to the back of his waist, flickering with sparkling luster, not showing the slightest sign of aging. He looked extremely young, full of heroic spirit, like a young deity who walked over from the ancient times, living until now, respected by the entire world. This was precisely the Sun-Moon Divine General. This wasn't the void body he used to deal with Yi Fan and the human devil, but rather his true body. He walked out from the grave, his blood energy exuberant. Wu, the legendary 8 great divine generals, every single one of them glorious throughout the ages, their strength heaven-defying. Who would have thought that more than one of them survived? It's a pity that it's no longer as grand as before. In the past, there were some among you who almost attained Tao, but now you've all become phoenixes who have shed their feathers. The old man with a mouth full of yellow teeth grumbled. Then, he led his grandson to water the immortal tree again. Without raising his head, he said, "The wind is strong up there. Be careful not to get blown down. This is no longer the past. If you are not at the peak, don't stand on the peak. A gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall, and a man does not stand on a bird's nest." Boom! The bloody mist surged as the enormous divine nest pressed forward, covering the sky. The ruins of the celestial court were shaking as the undying Heaven Empress and the 2 divine generals approached. "Since the Heaven Empress wishes to fight to the death, I will gladly oblige." On the Yin-Yang Dao platform, the old Taoist stood up and faced the sky, his eyes bright. Behind them, Zhou and Lin Jia were both shocked. It had been a long time since they had seen the woodcutter act like this. At this moment, he was no longer old and frail. Like an unsheathed divine blade, he slashed towards the sky. Crack! The sharpness shooting out of the old woodcutter's eyes cut 2 large cracks in the void. Like the cry of a blade, like the clanging of a sword. "Can you still fight? None of us had it easy in the battle of the past. Continuing to fight now won't do anyone any good." The phoenix nest approached, and the clear voice of the Heaven Empress came from within. Without a sound, Divine General Kuan-Tian also appeared. He stood side by side with the Sun and Moon Divine Generals on the Crimson Blood Phoenix nest, both prepared for the great battle. At this time, the bearded man took a step forward and arrived in front of his master. At the same time, the old man with a mouth full of yellow teeth threw down the wooden bucket in his hand and let go of his grandson. He also came forward and confronted the 2 divine generals in the sky. Let us see how powerful the divine generals of the past were, and how much power they have left. The bearded man laughed heroically. The yellow-toothed old man shook his head and said, "I hate fighting the most. Fighting and killing is too boring. I like to study all kinds of flowers and plants and all kinds of bloodlines. The Heaven Empress bloodline must be very special. I'm really looking forward to it." "You're courting death." Divine General Kuan-Tian's expression was cold. He took a step forward and flew down to attack the old man. Even though the 8 ancient divine generals had transcendent statuses and were arrogant to the point where they wouldn't particularly respect the undying Heaven Empress, they wouldn't tolerate outsiders disrespecting the Heaven Empress. The old man didn't back down at all. He raised a yellow whirlwind and rushed into the sky. His withered palm collided with the divine general's weapon. A shocking explosion rang out as the sun, moon, and stars shattered. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. This wretched old man was actually so powerful. He dared to clash with the divine general of the past with just a raise of his hand. He was so crazy. Runes filled the sky, and a river of stars was shattered. Divine General Kuan-Tian's divine ability allowed him to control the world and seize the origin of the universe for his own use. The part of the universe he grabbed was destroyed by the old man. The black heavenly dagger axe in Divine General Kuan-Tian's hand buzzed and trembled as if it had suffered a heavy blow. His entire body swayed and was almost heavily injured. Everyone was shocked by this result. The 8 ancient divine generals had left behind far too many legends. There was actually someone who could rival them. Sure enough, a phoenix without its feathers is not even as good as a chicken. How much strength do you have left? Can you still recover to your peak condition? If I had the strength of the past, I'd flee immediately. The yellow-toothed old man sniggered, which made him seem even more wretched. Kuan-Tian fell silent. It was already a miracle that he could survive. If it were not for the dregs of the immortal pill, he probably would not have awakened. What a surprise! A woodcutter like you actually found another supreme master to help you. He can't rival the divine general of the past, but he's not far off. The undying Heaven Empress voice was clear and enchanting in the phoenix nest, like a young girl's anger. Empress, give me 100 liters of phoenix blood. I'll sell myself to you and pledge my loyalty to you, the horrible old man said shamelessly. Grandpa! Under the celestial tree, the child pouted unhappily. He found his grandfather to be far too embarrassing. Who am I doing this for? It's all for you. I'm asking for some phoenix blood so that I can use it on you so that you can deal with that stone egg in the future. The old man murmured before gazing at the sky fervently. He said to the phoenix nest secretly, "What do you think, Empress? Why don't I give you a 50% discount? 50 liters of phoenix blood will do." Everyone was surprised. They looked at the child and then at the horrible old man. Just what was his background? He wanted to deal with that stone? Was he referring to the one under the undying heaven blade? That was far too shocking. The divine General Kuan-Tian swooped down and attacked the horrible old man, while the divine General Sun Moon's silver-white hair danced in the wind as he charged towards the bearded old man. An intense battle erupted. A while later, a voice rang out from the phoenix nest, making Kuan-Tian and the divine General Sun Moon retreat. They were afraid that something would happen to them, as the two of them no longer possessed the great divine abilities of the past. Are you afraid? Are you admitting you're no match for me now? The horrible old man was excited. He was like a victorious rooster, bolting away with his head held high. However, after retreating, his face became bitter. He swung his hand forcefully as he cried out, "It hurts like hell. Motherfucker, didn't the phoenix shed its feathers? Why is it still so powerful?" Everyone was speechless. Earlier, the horrible old man had taken on the opponent's weapon with his bare hands, shattering the sun, moon, and stars with a single finger. Why was he crying out in pain now? Were his senses severely lagging? The child under the celestial tree covered his face, feeling embarrassed. He felt embarrassed for his grandfather's lack of moral integrity. If we fight again, both of us will definitely be in danger of losing our lives. So let's decide this in 3 strikes. The Empress voice rang out from the phoenix nest. All right, for the sake of living a few more years, I'll fight a little less. The old Taoist priest raised his head before rushing towards the sky. In that instant, it was as if a raging sea had burst its dam. That place was covered in a vast expanse of whiteness. The tremendous divine sound and fluctuations shook many people until they fainted. Fortunately, there were unmatched restrictions in the ruins of Celestial Court, or else not only would everyone's blood splatter, it would also be more or less the same. The woodcutter old man and the phoenix nest were submerged. They couldn't see their battle, but everyone could feel the tremendous fluctuations. They directly slaughtered their way into the cosmos, breaking apart the rivers of stars. It was as if there were imperial laws bursting forth. How was this a promise of 3 strikes? Soon 30 great clashes had already passed. That kind of collision made people tremble in fear. The strength of each clash was greater than the last, making people feel like they were suffocating. In the cosmos, that star system was shattered and completely destroyed. Everyone carefully counted and discovered to their horror that the battle had escalated. As time passed, 300 moves had already passed. This is a decisive battle to the death. Pang Bo sighed. Yi Fan, the monkey, the human devil, the Black Emperor, and the others all revealed serious expressions. A battle of this level had a great impact on them. Everyone was watching from afar, hoping to see everything clearly. In reality, the other ancient princes were like this as well. They opened their heavenly eyes and watched the battle in the starry sky. The stars shifted. This battle actually ended after 300 moves. The undying Heaven Empress Phoenix Nest slowly moved and then left the star system. Before leaving, her cold voice spread through this place. Ancient imperial bloodline, follow me. In the future, there will be a true immortal realm waiting for you all to step into. Today, one matter after another was more shocking than the other. The undying Heaven Empress publicly recruited the ancient princes and directly revealed such news. Everyone's expression changed. Pooh! The woodcutter old man didn't hide anything and continuously coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His body was about to shatter, and even a bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows. He landed on the broken Dao platform. Everyone's faces paled. What kind of battle had he experienced? Zhou Yi and Lin Jia hurried forward. They took out an azure gourd and poured out a golden pill for the old Taoist to consume. He was already injured to this extent. Yet the undying Heaven Empress didn't chase after him. It could be seen that the peerless woman in the phoenix nest had also suffered heavy injuries, and she wouldn't be much better off than the woodcutter old man. Show! A scarlet light rushed over. No one expected the undying Heaven Empress to leave. Just as everything calmed down, a scarlet dragon suddenly appeared and slashed down, aiming straight for the woodcutter old man. This fluctuation was too intense and terrifying. It caused all the runes in the ruins of the celestial court to light up and release their might. The Emperor Lord has arrived. He also wants to enter this place. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others' expressions changed. The woodcutter old man lightly shouted. He spat out an immortal light from his mouth and slashed at the scarlet dragon. How dare you! On the other side, the messy old man with a mouth full of yellow teeth also shouted. Another scarlet light rushed over, wanting to seize that withered immortal tree. In reality, this light was the real thing. Even though the scarlet dragon that attacked the woodcutter old man was powerful, it was only an incarnation. Hong! The messy old man was forced back, unable to block the Emperor Lord. It's him, the master of the divine court, someone who will achieve the Tao. He is definitely not weaker than the undying Heaven Empress and the woodcutter old man. He is a peerless expert at the same level. Many people cried out in alarm. Rumble! That immortal tree uprooted from the ground, about to leave the ground. The Emperor Lord had arrived, and his powerful attack made everyone tremble. It seemed like no one could stop him. Even Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt that this was inconceivable. You came for this immortal root, but even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't be able to achieve the Tao. The woodcutter old man said. He forced back that incarnation, and with a single step, he arrived in front of the immortal tree, locking it in place. He faced the supreme expert in scarlet dragon armor whose entire body flickered with scarlet light. Everyone thought of a legend. The immortal tree in the celestial court contained the Emperor Lord's laws and Tao. He normally chanted sutras in front of the tree, and he even used his own life spring divine liquid to water it. This tree was definitely a priceless treasure. The Emperor Lord clearly came for the Tao within the withered tree. He wanted to seize the Emperor Lord's great Tao fragment and search for the great secret of the final step of achieving the Tao. He had waited for too long. Chapter 1682. The Emperor Lord appeared, slaughtering his way over at this crucial moment. There was no need to doubt his strength, definitely comparable to the undying Empress and the wood-chopping elder. The wood-chopping elder's entire body was covered in blood, the space between his brows dripping with blood. His body's condition wasn't great, but right now, he was the only one who could stop the Emperor Lord. This place immediately became quiet. Everyone held their breaths, nervously watching. The 9 suns set in the west. Under the setting sun, The entire celestial court was dyed in a layer of pure and holy radiance, making this place appear even more dignified and solemn. "Hand it over," the Emperor Lord spoke, reaching out a hand. His entire body was covered in scarlet dragon armor, his physique tall and sturdy, his palms and fingers powerful. With a casual wave of his hand, large amounts of Emperor Dao symbols appeared in the void. "It's useless even if you want it." The wood-chopping elder shook his head. His eyes were deep, carrying a type of wise and farsighted radiance. "You've passed your days in regret, already losing your Dao heart. Even if you were given a true immortal scripture, you still wouldn't be able to achieve the Dao. Give it to me." The Emperor Lord's voice was cold, his aura immediately becoming several times stronger. The wood-chopping elder's words touched his reverse scale. That hand burned fiercely, releasing scarlet blood radiance. That immortal tree had already been uprooted, fixed in the void in front of the heavenly palace, sandwiched between the two. Its entire body was dim, its old bark cracked, lacking the slightest bit of luster. Was this the undying tree that the Emperor Lord had chanted and watered with divine spring liquid? Many people widened their eyes, feeling even more grief than before. For someone who was about to achieve the Tao to fight like this in itself was enough to explain the problem. The wood-chopping elder shook his head, not taking half a step back. In reality, a domain had long formed between the two. The immortal tree swayed between the two. It was difficult to say just how terrifying that level of divine might was. Once it lost balance, this undying medicine might turn into ashes. That was why neither of them dared to use force, treating this with caution. "Then let's fight and make a decision," the Emperor Lord said. His head of hair danced about. His body was like a dragon as he soared into the sky. "Auho!" A great roar sounded. A giant scarlet dragon appeared in the cosmos, its entire body blood red, its scales dense, as if cast from phoenix blood. Apart from this, there was a vermilion bird standing on the dragon's head, overlooking everything below. A scarlet dragon coiled about, its supreme physique flickering with radiance. As it smashed down, the stellar river shattered. The old Taoist ascended into the sky and calmly pushed out his palm. There didn't seem to be any smoke or fire, and not even divine light appeared. However, something terrifying happened. The stars in front of him dimmed, and the entire starry sky turned dark. The blood dragon trembled violently, and its roar shook the 9 heavens. This palm was too terrifying. It was completely silent, destroying an expanse of stellar streams, making everyone tremble. Chong 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 sounds rang out incessantly. 9 ancient characters appeared one after another beside Emperor Lord. They lit up one after another, as if 9 heavenly suns were shining in the sky, surrounding him below. Those were the 9 ancient characters from the Tao scriptures, able to suppress one's body, carry out eternity, possessing a type of undying power. Right now, they displayed powerful defensive strength. Bang! The woodcutter's 10 fingers were like diamonds, stabbing forward with tyrannical offensive power. 10 streaks of immortal radiance shot out, like a great E shooting the sun, 10 arrows shaking the heavens. The 9 ancient characters all trembled chaotically, as if they were suns that were about to be destroyed. They erupted with a wave of terrifying aura, engulfing the heavens and turning into a cosmic storm. Yifan was moved. He was extremely familiar with the 9 ancient characters from the Tao scriptures, having used them many times before. He deeply understood its wonders and powerful mysterious power, but he never expected someone to break through it like this. That was a type of Emperor Tao technique. Of course, the most important thing was the woodcutter himself. He had a type of miraculous power, 10 streaks of immortal radiance splitting the heavens, the Kong-chong noises deafening. Ho! The scarlet dragon soared into the sky, releasing a great roar. It opened its mouth and spat out an expanse of flames. The heaven and earth covering heat waves burned a few stars until they turned into liquid, and then into dust. Passively wasn't an option for Emperor Lord. He began to take action. The 9 ancient characters that had dimmed reappeared, flickering with even more resplendent radiance. Meanwhile, he himself also rushed forward murderously. The woodcutter moved his hand. A fish appeared, carrying great force as it suppressed forward, colliding with the scorching heat waves, making this place erupt with destruction. Chi! Suddenly, on that scarlet dragon's head, the seemingly small vermilion bird flapped its wings, dancing about in the 9 heavens, turning into a streak of blood-colored lightning as it hacked down. Emperor Lord had the vermilion bird's bloodline, and the reason why he revealed his scarlet dragon body was all because of the armor. Moreover, the bloodline's most fundamental power was the vermilion bird. This strike shocked past and present, far exceeding the understanding of the people of this world. Even though that fiery red little bird wasn't large, its divine force was matchless. One of its wings almost immediately hacked down on the woodcutter elder's body. With a chong sound, a streak of snow-white blade radiance rushed into the heavens. The woodcutter on the old Taoist's back was unsheathed, blade energy sweeping out in tens of thousands of waves, rushing forward like a sea. The vermilion bird released a long cry, tearing through the cosmos. Meanwhile, the radiance even more so submerged this place. No one in the celestial court's ruins could see clearly. When everything ended, the woodcutter elder's body swayed, the bloodstains on his entire body increasing. This was especially the case with a terrifying crack on the left side of his body almost splitting in half. That was the might of the vermilion bird's heaven-splitting wing just now. On the other side, specks of blood also appeared on Emperor Lord's body after being swept by the blade radiance. That was a terrifying aura, and a bloody hole was pierced through his shoulder. Suddenly, Emperor Lord's figure flickered, using the vermilion bird's 3,000 realm crossing technique to make time stop. He traveled downwards in reverse to seize that immortal tree. The old Taoist obstructed and chased after him. The two of them continuously collided in the void. This time, they fought with true flames, and there were tens of thousands of great Tao flowers blooming. Large amounts of symbols appeared. That was a type of supreme natural law fluctuation. Oh! Suddenly, the immortal tree in the celestial court's ruins released a light sound. Its roots shattered, turning into ashes, and its entire body fell to the ground. Emperor Lord released a roar and swooped down. The woodcutter obstructed him, and the two of them collided several times before finally landing in front of the celestial court's ruins. The roots are fake and can be passed off as the real thing. The true venerable Emperor Immortal Tree has long since disappeared. The roots have been moved away. The old man with a mouth full of yellow teeth was so angry that he threw the wooden barrel onto the ground. Golden lightning elements flowed within the barrel, startling all the experts into fleeing. Those things could definitely injure the great sage. It's all for nothing. The immortal stalk has been moved away. Emperor Lord was disappointed and frustrated. Then, his eyes suddenly became cold as he looked towards the distant Yifan, Black Emperor, and the others, revealing killing intent. With a chi sound, he pointed out a streak of divine radiance to destroy these people. The little girl wasn't here, so he didn't have any misgivings. Pong! The woodcutter used position transposition to block his attack. You care too much. Emperor Lord's eyes were extremely cold. The scarlet dragon armor on his body shone, and his aura became even more powerful. Old thing, did you forget how you were scared witless by a little girl not long ago? Why are you still acting so cool? The Black Emperor ridiculed him. All of you leave. Emperor Lord swept his gaze over the old man and the large man. Then, he stared at the old Taoist and said, You leave too. Give up this place. Finally, he looked towards Yifan, Black Emperor, and the others. These people must die. At this time, everyone could see that the old Taoist seemed to have lost the strength to fight. His situation was terrible to the extreme. The bloody hole between his eyebrows that the undying Heaven Empress had left behind was worsening. The wound couldn't heal, and after the battle with Emperor Lord, it had become even more serious. The Emperor Lord had nothing to fear now. He threatened him like this, telling him to leave, or else there would be a bloody calamity. You overestimate yourself. Even if we are both on the verge of achieving the Tao, I'm heavily injured and you might not be able to suppress me, the old Taoist calmly said. In the back, Yi Fan took out the blue lotus, the monkey raised the immortal iron rod, the human demon raised the stone artifact, and the Black Emperor began to lay down a great array, preparing for an unpredictable decisive battle. Then all of you can die. The Emperor Lord had gone crazy. Not long ago, he had lost everything and his Tao heart had been shattered. Now he was almost sick. If he couldn't obtain it, then he would destroy it. The venerable Emperor's immortal tree was where he had placed all of his hopes. But now, it had disappeared. The old woodcutter pulled out the hatchet with a clang. The black back of the blade and the snow-white blade tore through the starry skies. The blood in his body burned and his primordial spirit left his body. His body fell limp. Bang! The entire blade was even more resplendent than a river of stars. It condensed the old Taoist's essence energy and his primordial spirit. He didn't have the strength to fight to the death, so he released his most powerful attack. He wanted to end this battle in the shortest time possible. The crazy Emperor Lord immediately woke up. This type of battle was the most dangerous. Two people on the verge of achieving the Tao were fighting with their lives on the line. One side could fall at any time. In that instant, the heavens and earth shook 10 times. It was like the 10 strikes that opened the heavens. Everyone was horrified to discover that this aura was too terrifying. It was comparable to the darkness turmoil from 300 years ago. Many people shivered inwardly. That hatchet clashed with the Emperor Lord 10 times, producing the scene of the beginning of heaven and earth. All types of primal chaos deities roared. In the end, the scarlet dragon armor shattered and a large dragon was broken apart. Even though the vermilion bird that rushed out from within was crying out miserably, it couldn't escape the killing calamity and was struck by the hatchet. Pooh! A bloody head flew up and landed in front of the celestial court. Then, it exploded into a bloody paste and its primordial spirit was destroyed. Dang! The hatchet fell to the ground. The old Taoist's primordial spirit became incomparably dim. It entered the body that fell limply on the ground and flew up the Tao platform with difficulty. His eyes were dim and without light. This was a Pyrrhic victory. He paid a great price. The Emperor Lord had died, killed by someone. This peerless expert of the present universe was killed just like that. Felt extremely unreal. Blood scattered everywhere, indicating the defeat of a colossus. Everyone knew that the divine court was finished and that there was no longer a trace of hope. The Emperor Lord has been killed. This was a violent wave. The news swept out in all directions like a tide. There were even people who directly crossed the starry skies and left. The destruction of the divine court was unavoidable. Many people had already made their plans. That headless corpse broke apart inch by inch and turned into a pool of blood. In the end, it burned and nothing was left. The Emperor Lord had died. The world is about to be thrown into chaos. The undying Heaven Empress wishes to walk a bloody path and bathe in the divine blood of all living beings. I wish to build a Tao palace, reform the universe, and quell the bloody chaos. The old Taoist stood up with difficulty with Zhou Yi's support and slowly said. His tone was very calm, but it spread throughout the world like an ancient deity had returned. The stars in the universe stopped rotating for a short moment and only this kind of voice reverberated. On this day, the Tao Palace that the old Taoist had founded was officially established. It shook the universe and there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. On this day, the divine court was destroyed and the Emperor Lord's bloodline's inheritance was broken. It was swept away by several great powers and wiped clean. On this day, the undying Heaven Empress announced to the world that she wanted to build an eternal dynasty. Among all living beings, countless experts rushed over. They were all races that had once regarded the undying Heaven Empress as the supreme deity. On this day, there were strange movements in the underworld. Many people saw many ghost soldiers from various star fields passing through the starry skies as if they were about to set off for the battlefield. On this day, God's organization also made a big move. Ancient divine statues in some regions suddenly lit up. Chapter 1683. After 20 years of conflict, the Taoist palace was established and stabilized the universe. There were battles and bloody battles during this period, but the Taoist palace didn't suffer much. In the past 20 years, the gods and the underworld had been at war. This war showed the world how terrifying the two great inheritances were. They could overturn the universe. If it wasn't for the hatred between the two sides, either side could rule the universe. The underworld sent out several armies, numbering in the millions. They appeared everywhere and destroyed many statues, starting a war with the gods. What was terrifying was that many of the masters sent by the underworld were famous figures from ancient times. Some of them had been recorded in history and were still remembered to this day. Those were their corpses. After hundreds of thousands of years, their corpses had gained sentience and vitality, becoming new life forms. And all of this was the work of the underworld. This was a terrifying inheritance. They had an important position in the entire history of cultivators. They paid attention to the heroes of each generation and transported their bodies away. This kind of huge action and project made people feel terrified. In this war, a statue from the gods also shocked the human world. Some people heard an important ancient corpse commander of the underworld call it a general from the era of the celestial court. A stone man that had been carved into a statue and had gained sentience after millions of years of worship was really shocking. In fact, it wasn't a general from the era of the emperors, but a man-made Holy Spirit. Its body was carved with all kinds of runes of the Great Path. It was originally made to commemorate a general from the celestial court, but after a long period of evolution, it had gained sentience and psychic power. After 20 years of war, the two behemoths fought until the galaxy collapsed. Both suffered heavy losses, and the power and backup they used were also scary. It was chaotic and blood flowed like rivers. The Taoist palace was developing, and the undying Empress dynasty was also dormant. There was no bloody war, but everyone knew that there would be one. The universe was divided by the four great forces. No one dared to act rashly, and it was impossible to start a war in a short period of time. During this period, many five-colored altars and ancient royal platforms were repaired. The Stargate appeared once again, and traveling between different parts of the universe was no longer as difficult. Although the Celestial Court was very powerful and had annexed many territories of the Divine Court, it was still lacking compared to the four behemoths. Whether it was in terms of the number one expert of the church or in terms of overall strength, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. It was possible for them to become the fifth major force, but not yet. There were many experts with great potential in the sect, and their prospects were bright. However, they still couldn't truly rule over the world. There were many variables, and as a result, they weren't listed as a colossus among their peers. Of course, there definitely wouldn't be anyone who dared look down on them. How powerful was the emperor back then? However, he had previously fled from the Celestial Court, this place making even those who achieved the Tao feel restraining fear. Big Dipper was previously ruined, destroyed beyond recognition, corpses everywhere, blood flowing like rivers. Later on, someone smelted the shattered stars into one and moved the sun, moon, and stars over to fill up the starry sky that had been smashed into nothingness. It was equivalent to recreating the Milky Way and reopening the world. Several hundred years had passed. Regardless of whether it was the cracks in the mountains, rivers, or the wounds in people's hearts, everything had almost been healed. The mortals had already changed generation after generation. Even though the blood and chaos of the past were still circulating in this world, the beautiful and auspicious things still existed in the end, never erasing the longing in people's hearts. The eastern wasteland was extremely vast. There were 7 great life-restricted regions here, the source of the darkness chaos. The mountains of corpses had long since disappeared, melted into the yellow earth. Now, this place was still beautiful just like in the past. There were magnificent mountains and rivers, the miracles of the world, and the legends of the immortal medicine that attracted people of the world. And now the Stargate had revived. The 5-colored altar, the ancient imperial platform, and all kinds of the most complicated transport formations saw the light of day one after another. They were dug out from the ruins, and there were also some masterpieces from the later generations of the desolate era that were used. This starry domain was no longer just the world of the Northern Dipper people. There were also cultivators from all over the cosmos. People came here with complicated emotions, wanting to see the so-called Emperor Burial Star. There were some who came on a pilgrimage, kowtowing every 3 steps as they walked towards the seclusion places of those ancient great emperors, Tao rites and other places. There were some who came because of hatred. They gazed into the great life-restricted regions, not daring to approach. They paced back and forth, inwardly cursing. It was precisely these places that produced supreme beings, killing their seniors, causing so many people to fall. This is the Ji family's ruins. What a grand mountain range, what majestic mountains and rivers. Someone sighed in admiration. These mountains used to be divine islands, all of them floating in the sky. Later on, they were blasted down by the shockwaves of the Supreme Being's battle, or else they would be many times more magnificent than this. There were quite a few people in front of the southern region's ancient ruins. Many of them were deeply moved. Back then, the Void Emperor fought with his life on the line. Yet in the end, half of his immortal mirror dyed the void in blood, making people shed tears. Many people headed south, gazing at the desolate era's restricted regions. This was perhaps the only restricted region that wasn't viewed as an enemy by others. It was rumored that the darkness chaos was quelled precisely by the existence of this place. The 9 sacred mountains had long been destroyed, the whereabouts of the divine medicines unknown, only leaving behind remains in the abyss. Only no one knew if the Empress was still there, so no one dared to enter. It was because the aura of seizing time was still there, as if it was foretelling something. I heard that back then, the human race's Yi Fan prospered precisely here. I wonder if this is true or false. An expert from the heavenly horse race said, "Of course it's true." He went in and out several times, plucking the undying fruit, and only then did the sea of bitterness disappear, allowing him to walk on the path of cultivation. Someone sighed softly. Time and fate, if not for the great natural luck here back then, perhaps there wouldn't be today's quasi-emperor, the assassin of the ancient emperor's children. Many people hated the fact that they were born at the wrong time. If they were also born in that era, they might have been able to replace him, becoming the one with the great opportunity back then. Some people were always like this, always full of regret and yearning towards the past. The true opportunity was only in front of them, yet they couldn't grasp it in the end. "Master, you are still well. This disciple is at ease." Outside the crowd, a figure stood there, silently gazing into the horizon, seemingly thinking about many things. Isn't that Long Yuxuan? One of the few experts in the Northern Dipper race. Someone noticed him, revealing a strange expression. Long Yuxuan didn't say anything, walking into the distance. "I heard that he is the disciple of the divine physique Yi Fan. I wonder if it's true." Back then, he was adopted by the old Peng king. He did his best to open the heavenly gate of the Sky Peng bloodline, passing on the secret technique to him. It's a pity that the old Peng king failed his closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, the Dipper race would definitely have produced another great sage. The people sighed. Hearing this, Long Yuxuan revealed a sad expression and left without looking back. "It's time to meet up with my junior." He sighed softly. A Taoist priest was walking in the mortal world, treating each and every believer seriously. His name was Zhang Qingyang, and he had returned from the outer realms after the dark chaos ended. He was like an ascetic monk, not using magic power or divine arts, preaching the Tao in the mortal world. In these years, his research on faith had reached a level that could shake the heavens and the earth. It had to be said that his talent in this aspect was rarely seen since ancient times. In these hundreds of years, apart from Long Yuxuan, no one knew that there was such an unparalleled genius in the mortal world, achieving achievements that could shake the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. This kind of achievement was not reflected in battle prowess, but rather in his analysis and understanding of the power of faith, surpassing the sages of the past. "Junior, have you discovered anything new?" Long Yuxuan asked. "There is an astonishing discovery. We have to tell Master immediately. I discovered that the power of faith can allow one to live in the hearts of all living beings. It really is a kind of direction for longevity." Zhang Qingyang bade farewell to the mortal world. After freeing himself from his research, he was extremely excited, and his temperament did not match his usual divine preacher temperament. Is it feasible? Long Yuxuan was doubtful. It's feasible. There were some supreme beings in the ancient times who researched the power of faith, and it's not without reason. It's really too useful. The so-called afterlife is related to this. The more Zhang Qingyang spoke, the more excited he became. In the end, he even brought up an earth-shattering guess, saying, I suspect that Amitabha is still alive today, waiting to reincarnate. The undying heavenly emperor might not be dead, and will appear sooner or later. Since ancient times, the two of them have walked the furthest on this path. Long Yuxuan was shocked. What kind of freak was his own junior brother exactly? What exactly did he research? My guess might be true. Amitabha has always been sitting cross-legged in the hearts of Buddhist disciples, and has never been erased. The so-called reincarnation, the so-called afterlife, is possible. Zhang Qingyang forcefully waved his fist, extremely excited. When they passed by a place in the southern region, the two of them stopped and gazed into the distance. Auspicious multicolored light surged in tens of thousands of streaks. This was the Wavering Light Holy Land. The current sect master was a woman named Wei Wei. Not only was she unparalleled in the Wavering Light realm, but she also had the power of the #1 expert of the Big Dipper. Her strength was unfathomable. This woman is too special. She didn't say anything, but I heard that she is already the quasi-emperor. Oh, that's right, the people from the humble peak have returned a long time ago. Let's bring that martial uncle to see master. When Long Yuxuan mentioned that martial uncle, a strange expression appeared on his face. The humble peak had long been destroyed and no longer existed. Now it was merely a new peak. Zhang Wenchang was very peaceful now, no longer feeling sad about the past. He had completely embarked on the path of cultivation. However, his cultivation base really made people speechless. Several hundred years had passed, and he had finally stepped into the second level of Immortal Foundation. In this environment where cultivation was easy, he could be considered a strange flower in the camp of demon-level geniuses like Yifan. Martial uncle, how long is it until the third severance of immortals becomes king? Zhang Qingyang asked. Roughly another 500 years. Zhang Wenchang seriously pondered for a moment before replying. Zhang Qingyang and Long Yuxuan staggered at the same time. This martial uncle of theirs was hopeless, yet he was still so serious in his cultivation. This caused these two demon-level geniuses in different domains to be truly speechless, unable to say anything. Let's go take another look at the divine embryo of the Jade Lake. Back then, when Yifan left, he was very worried about it. Tens of years ago, the Jade Lake returned again, and that divine embryo should have been brought back as well, Zhang Wenchang said. Right, we originally wanted to take a look around. Long Yuxuan nodded. The Jade Lake had been reconstructed, and the scenery now was still beautiful and auspicious. They saw the 9-orifice divine stone under the immortality peach tree, and the divine embryo inside had yet to be born. You guys came at the right time. I have something here to give to Yifan. You can pass it to the Ji clan. The holy maiden of the Jade Lake had long since become the holy lord of a sect. Her beauty was unmatched throughout the generations, and she was one of the few most beautiful women in the world. Her slender figure was graceful and elegant, and her jade-white face was filled with solemnity. She solemnly passed over a stone box, handing it to Zhang Wenchang and the others. When they opened the stone box, they saw half a broken copper plate, mottled with rust, almost rotting away. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that this was half a copper mirror, riddled with thousands of holes. Rather than saying those were rust stains, it would be better to say that they were dried bloodstains. They were all shocked. The three of them left the Jade Lake with complicated emotions, their minds unsettled. They hurried to their next destination, the Western Desert. Back then, Mount Meru smashed into the path of immortality and broke into pieces. Now it towered here in ruins. For a long period of time, this place was a ghost land. Within the deathly silence, ghost flames flickered. From time to time, the chanting of scriptures could be heard. Several hundred years had passed. Bodhi trees could be seen everywhere, and Mount Meru no longer lacked vitality. There were a few palaces that shone, and grand chanting of scriptures could be heard from time to time. We don't have any other intentions. We just want to know if Bodhisattva and Miaui is still alive. This is already the 17th time we have come to inquire. Please tell us the truth. Chapter 1684. Bodhi trees covered the ground. The broken Mount Meru no longer had the boundless power of faith. It was no longer shining like a golden waterfall. Instead, there was only greenery and vitality. Bodhi trees covered the entire mountain range. It was less flashy and more plain. In an ancient temple deep in the mountains, the sound of chanting rang out. It was distant and profound, as if a vow from 500 years ago was being transmitted. The wind blew and the Bodhi leaves danced in the wind. It was as if the vows from 500 years ago were being transmitted. 500 years ago, 500 years later, 500 years later, 500 years of praying in front of the Buddha. The last lamp, the stone Buddha, and the lonely figure accompanied each other. It was drizzling, and the raindrops fell. The Bodhi leaves drifted down, drenching the temple and stirring up the dust of time. A pure white hand picked up one Bodhi leaf after another in the drizzle, and carefully carved every word that was filled with the power of will. The leaves drifted away with the wind. The sky was filled with pure white and sparkling raindrops. The Bodhi trees covered the mountain, green and green. The sound of chanting carried with it the silence of Mount Meru. After 500 years, this was a reincarnation that lingered over the mountains and rivers, moving the hearts of the people. What fell was a lifetime of loneliness, listening to the silence of a single person in the depths of Mount Meru. One Bodhi leaf after another flew into the air, riding the wind into the distance. The mountain was quiet. Apart from the faintly discernible chanting, there was nothing else. Long Yuxuan and Zhang wenching helplessly turned to descend the mountain. Forget it. Master has been to Big Dipper, so he must have been to the Western Desert. He should know better than us. What is this? Zhang Wenchang was shocked. At the foot of the mountain, one Bodhi leaf after another fell down. Each leaf had a single word on it, but they could not recognize it. How come I don't recognize it? Long Yuxuan asked. Oh, it has something to do with the power of faith I'm researching. Contains the power of the next life. Zhang Qingyang was shocked. He felt a pure power of faith. He closed his eyes and sensed it with his heart. He was greatly stimulated. Carving was an instinct, and he had risen to the forefront of theory to sublimate and comprehend. To him, this was a great harvest. He was touched and enlightened. Buddhism is as deep as the sea. Perhaps even the Buddhas themselves have not realized what kind of achievement this is. The past, present, and future are full of mysteries and mysteries. Zhang Qingyang studied it seriously and was enlightened. However, he could not read these words accurately. He could only vaguely understand the words, meet again in the next life. This kind of wish could only be read by certain people. They took a deep look at Mount Meru, then left with the Bodhi leaves. The three of them hurried towards Central Continent. There was a 5-colored altar there that led to the depths of the distant outer space. They needed to borrow that path to leave. 5-colored divine light flickered. They left this place and crossed the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, they passed through star seas one after another, traveling at extreme speed. This was a wonderful process. Occasionally, one could see the shining starry sky outside through the space-time barrier, as well as the various sceneries in the universe. Who is that? It's too terrifying, so powerful. When they passed by a sea of stars, they saw a white-robed man covered in blood. However, it was definitely not his own blood. Instead, it was the result of him killing all sorts of primeval divine beasts. How could there be so many divine beasts? It really was inconceivable. Those were white tigers, every single one of them larger than a giant peak, their roars shattering the cosmos. Their entire bodies erupted with silvery white holy radiance as they fled. Those azure dragons were all tens of thousands of li in length, but now they were fleeing in a panic. From snakes to vermilion birds, everything that should be there was there, every single one of them divine birds and ancient beasts from the archaic savage era. They were being driven away by this person, their blood splashing everywhere. This didn't seem real, leaving them in disbelief. Something's not right, he is facing tribulation, just that it is too terrifying. That type of tribulation imitates immortal domains' great realms, producing immortal auspicious creatures that seem to truly exist. This is at least a great tribulation of quasi-emperors, third great heaven or higher. Master has a great enemy. The three of them were moved, feeling incomparably shocked. Someone who could make the heavens send down this type of great tribulation was definitely someone extraordinary. When Yi Fan faced the quasi-emperor tribulation, there was also an immortal domain that descended, all types of divine beasts and auspicious birds appearing. However, others had never heard of them before. Remember his appearance. Unfortunately, they were too far away, and they couldn't see clearly. Moreover, that person's back was facing them. Suddenly, that person turned around, as if he had sensed something. A pair of eyes pierced through the space-time passageway, turning into two streaks of divine radiance as they rushed over. How terrifying! The three of their expressions changed. What kind of person was this exactly? His spiritual senses were too sharp, and they had never heard of anyone with such terrifying instincts, able to see through heaven and earth, even able to detect those who were traversing the void. The white-clothed person rushed over, his steps making heaven and earth collapse. The sun, moon, and stars in the surroundings fell with rustling sounds, as if a deity from the barbaric era had descended into the lower realm. The most shocking thing was that his face was shrouded in chaotic energy, and then it spread towards his body, making it hard for others to see clearly. It shouldn't be a chaotic body, right? Long Yuxuan said in shock. There had always been rumors in the world that this type of physique was unrivaled under the heavens. In the legendary era, even the celestial being feared it, and those who had achieved the Tao had shed blood because of it. The only thing that made people rejoice was that Zhang Wenchong and the others were traversing the starry sky. They only stopped for a moment, and then they immediately left. The person who came was very fast, but it was impossible to intercept them. If he goes up another level, he will most likely be able to intercept the teleportation power of the five-colored altar. What kind of person is this? The three of them all revealed worried expressions. Behind them, the chaotic energy surged, and then it began to transform into a divine object of the great Tao. In the end, it collapsed and reforged into a chaotic cauldron, suspending above the person's head. His eyes were incomparably deep. However, it was impossible for the three of them to see all of this. Traveling through the starry sky, one could sometimes see many dazzling things, and other times, they could only see darkness and loneliness. Each person's experience was different. The three of them had not yet recovered from the shock just now, and their expressions changed greatly again because they saw a strange scene. The space-time passageway passed through a star. There was a blue sea in this ancient land of life, and the shadows of the sun, moon, and stars were sinking in it. The most shocking thing was that there were endless green lotuses growing in the sea, flickering and blotting out the sky. Each one was like a giant ancient tree. Yen Ruyu, Zhang Qingyang cried out in surprise. They had been in the Big Dipper for many years, so they naturally knew and had seen the statue of this woman. They recognized her at a glance. This was one of the most outstanding figures of the demon race in the entire universe in the last 10,000 years. What is she doing? The three of them were all stunned. In the center of the sea, there was a special green lotus that emitted chaotic energy. It towered into the clouds, and the lotus was as white as snow. Within the petals, there was a heart that was beating loudly, and Yen Ruyu was sitting cross-legged on a green leaf opposite it, as if she was guarding this green lotus of chaos, and also as if she was using this ruby-like heart to cultivate and comprehend the way. That lotus of chaos is the Qing Emperor's weapon, right? Rumor has it that it was forged from his body. It is very special. It can't be? They stared at the blue sea and were deeply shocked. They suddenly thought of many things. Yen Ruyu, who had disappeared for many years, was actually on such an ancient star, guarding a green lotus and cultivating. It was really strange. Obviously, Yen Ruyu had fallen into a deep state of enlightenment. She would not wake up for a few years, and she would not be able to sense anything. And they also could not stay for too long. They turned into flowing light and disappeared, rushing into the depths of the universe and into the starry sky. Mother Star was a small planet with life, but it was an important town in the universe. Because of its special geographical location, whether it was going to the underworld, the Tao Palace, or the Imperial Court, they had to pass through here. On this star, there was an ancient divine platform that was used as a transit point, so many cultivators would come here to borrow the way. The five-colored altar did not cross the void endlessly. After Zhang Qingyang and the others came out, they had to change their route and continue to go to the Celestial Court, but it was not far. Line up, come in order. First, report the coordinates and then pay the fee. This was no longer the five-colored altar, but the divine platform left by the Archean Emperor. It could also be used for directional teleportation. It was simple, fast, and very convenient. However, there were powerful soldiers in front of the divine platform. All of them were holding heavenly dagger axes, wearing armor, and full of murderous intent. You want to go to the Tao Palace? You need to pay 1,000 sets of Vulcan bronze armor. A soldier said to the people who stepped onto the divine platform. So expensive? The few of them jumped. They had already filled the divine platform with divine power and could activate it. They never thought they would have to pay such a high toll. Is it expensive? If you go to the sector where God's organization is, 10,000 sets of Vulcan bronze armor wouldn't even be considered a lot. A soldier laughed coldly, stabbing the metal dagger axes in his hands into the ground. The few of them were angry but did not dare to say anything. Now that this place had fallen into the hands of the underworld, the toll was shockingly high. However, not many dared to go against such a colossus. The people in front all swallowed their anger and paid the corresponding amount of Vulcan bronze essence to buy the way, and then they left. When it was Zhang Qingyang, Long Yuxuan, and the others' turn, they reported the territory where the Celestial Court was. The soldier immediately looked them up and down for a long time, then said, 5 kilograms of Daluo silver essence. What? Are you robbing us? We're just borrowing the way and you want this kind of divine material? Long Yuxuan was enraged. Pauper, if you don't have anything, then stand to the side. Going to the Celestial Court is worth this price. The soldier walked over and said coldly, staring at them carefully, Isn't your attitude a little too vile? Zhang Wenchang said. What did I see? A second-level immortal foundation, bro. What a weirdo. With this kind of cultivation, he wants to travel the universe? Ha ha ha. The soldier from the underworld laughed wantonly, stabbing the metal dagger axes in his hands into the ground, full of mockery. Zhang Wenchang did not care. Zhang Qingyang had long been tempered in the world of mortals, so he was no longer shocked by honor or disgrace. Long Yuxuan shook his head and said, We don't have Daluo silver essence. Why don't we put it on credit first? If you don't have it, then scram. Don't look for trouble. You can't go to the Celestial Court, the soldier said with a cold expression. Who is it that has such big words? Aren't you afraid of the wind cutting your tongue? The void split open and a few people walked out. One of them had a shiny bald head and said, The underworld is really bold, sealing the Celestial Court in all directions and secretly dispatching in soldiers and in generals. Are they trying to deal with us before the final battle between the four powers? Let's fight then, who's afraid of who? Chapter 1685. So it's an esteemed guest of the Celestial Court. Apologies for not coming out to welcome you. A man walked out from behind the soldiers. Although he had in chi on him, he was not much different from a normal person. Everyone was shocked. This was the reincarnation of a corpse, and his body had given birth to a new spiritual consciousness. Such a person was definitely an expert. He must have had a great background when he was alive, and his status in the underworld would not be low. Sealing off the Celestial Court. Is this how you treat an esteemed guest? The few people who came looked unhappy. They had been in this important town for a few days and had already investigated clearly. You know that this kind of teleportation formation costs a lot, and we are only operating it to break even. Although the ghost general's face was pale and bloodless, he looked very elegant. He wiped his mouth with a silk handkerchief, like a vampire aristocrat from an ancient castle who had not seen the sun all year round. This must be Uncle Master Zhang Yang. We have received a report that you are returning to the Celestial Court. The bald man came forward and greeted Zhang Qingyang and the others politely. He stated his identity as one of the 8 disciples of Huahua, known as Vajrabuddha. He did not pay attention to the man from the underworld. Instead, he introduced the current situation to Zhang Qingyang and the others. The Celestial Court was sealed off by the underworld, and there was some trouble. After learning of Zhang Wenchang's identity, Vajrabuddha and the others hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Uncle Master." Zhang Wenchang was speechless. This was the disciple of Yi Fan's disciple. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed, and the new generation had replaced the old. It made one sigh at the ruthlessness of time. Until now, people of the generation of Yi Fan and Zhang Wenchang were already more than 500 years old. Sigh, you guys have ignored me. How embarrassing. No matter what, I am a ghost general of the underworld. The man threw the silk handkerchief in his hand, his face a little cold. Who dares to look down on the underworld? We are returning to the Celestial Court, and we would like to borrow your path. Can you open the teleportation formation? Vajrabuddha asked. Oh, 100 kilograms of Daluo silver essence will do, the pale ghost general said with a gentle smile on his lips. You've gone too far. A monk at the back shook his shovel and frowned. Let's talk things out. We're all people of status and we need to be reasonable. Without divine materials, this path really won't work. Why don't you stay for a few days and help the underworld do some things to repay your debt? The ghost general's smile became even brighter. Pa! A straw sandal flew over. One of the sadhus behind the Vajrabuddha kicked off a shoe and threw it at the ghost general's bright face. I'll step on your face. He was very direct. When faced with this kind of arrogant person, Ku Tuchuo's simple and crude method was very effective. It made the other party's smile freeze on his face, and he became incomparably cold. You still don't know who I am, do you? I'm the first child of Jiu'er. If anyone from the Celestial Court wants to go over, leave an arm behind. He completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Everyone in the area retreated. Everyone knew that Yi Fan had a grudge against the underworld. Back then, he had killed Longevity Celestial Being's disciple and the Chaotic Sky 7 heroes in the First Imperial Pass. Putting all this aside, the divine physique was destined to be entangled with the underworld in his later years. They were natural enemies. This battle naturally broke out, and it became the fuse. The ghost general was very powerful, and the Vajrabuddha was not an ordinary expert either. The two fought fiercely. In the end, Zhang Qingyang made his move. He opened his mouth and spat out a jade cauldron. The power of faith flowed out like a waterfall, directly drowning the area. Ah! The ghost general screamed. He was a Yin spirit, so he was very afraid of this kind of thing. His entire body started to burn. Zhang Qingyang was not very strong, but his research on the power of faith had reached the acme of perfection. He knew that it was a great deterrent to Yin spirits. You want to stir up trouble in the territory ruled by the underworld with such a small amount of power of faith? A woman's dignified voice sounded. The mistress of the 9 children of Ghost Mother had arrived. Her entire body was surrounded by 9 nether green flames. She sat on a golden carriage with a phoenix crown on her head. Her green hair danced in the wind, and she had 18 Yin hands. The expressions of the Vajrabuddha and the others changed. They were in charge of investigating the blockade, but they did not expect to meet such a powerful commander of the underworld. The other party was definitely the great sage. I hate the name Celestial Court. It's best to eradicate the Celestial Court before eradicating God's organization, Ghost Mother said coldly. Zhang Qingyang, Long Yuxuan, Zhang Wenchang, and the others' expressions changed. This woman was very strong. She was not just an ordinary kind of scary. Her whole body flowed with ghost god rings, and her cultivation was profound. She was a top expert among the great sage. Don't wait for me to do it myself. End it yourself. Of course, don't damage your bodies. I still need them to refine ghost soldiers and ghost generals, Ghost Mother said coldly. However, when she saw Zhang Wenchong, she was very dissatisfied. Too weak. You can die now. She pointed a finger at him, wanting to turn him into ashes. You think you're infallible. Do you really think you're a supreme being? Do you think you can rule over the world? That's my uncle master. How dare you offend him? A loud shout came from the sky. Following that, golden light surged over like an ocean, cutting through the sky and sending Ghost Mother flying. She coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and the bones in her body crackled. In the sky, a figure like a golden god of war descended. He stood tall and straight, and his whole body was covered in divine rings. He looked incomparably divine. Yang Shi pays his respects to Uncle Master. He bowed respectfully. The crowd was in an uproar. Many people in the city felt their hearts tremble. Who was Yang Shi? He was the disciple of the Saint Physique Yi Fan. He was also a Saint Physique. In the past 20 years, who could contend against him? When Yi Fan didn't appear, he fought in his master's stead, sweeping through the universe. His most famous battle was 3 years ago when he killed the Overlord. Bathed in the Overlord's blood, he shook the heavens. I pay my respects to my 2 senior brothers. Yang Shi then bowed to Zhang Qingyang and Long Yuxuan. You trespassed on the borders of the underworld, Ghost Mother said. Scram! Yang Shi shouted, causing her to cough up more blood. She staggered backwards. Good, good, good. You've humiliated us. In the future, you'll definitely fall to the underworld and be reincarnated. Ghost Mother said ruthlessly, then turned to leave. She knew that no matter what, she wasn't Yang Shi's match. One had to know that Yang Shi had killed the Overlord, who had shaken the heavens. He was invincible under the Quasi-Emperor. Moreover, it was rumored that this Saint Physique wasn't far from breaking through to the Quasi-Emperor level. He could take that step at any time. I hate it when people threaten me. Yang Shi raised his hand and pressed forward. No! Ghost Mother shouted. However, she was completely powerless to resist. A huge golden palm pressed down, directly smashing her into a bloody mist. Broken bones flew in all directions, then burst into flames. Both her body and soul were destroyed. There won't be any problems, right? Long Yuxuan asked. After all, the underworld was a colossal entity. Provoking them would be earth-shattering, incomparably shocking, and could possibly lead to great trouble. It's fine. Master said that we won't provoke them. However, if they bully the Celestial Court, we'll kill them without hesitation, Yang Shi said, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. The underworld soldiers who had been arrogant just a moment ago were all scared witless. They had never thought that the person they had provoked would have such a powerful background. It turned out to be Yi Fan's disciple, and that the weirdo they had made fun of was actually a friend of Yi Fan's. Just thinking about it made their scalps go numb. Some of the soldiers trembled. They were directly suppressed by Yang Shi's powerful aura and collapsed to the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It looked like a small battle, but a big storm was about to blow. In the Celestial Court, Yi Fan looked at the Bodhi leaves one after another, silent. The jade-green leaf on his fingertip was very heavy. It was engraved with 500 years of prayers, 500 years of reflection, and recorded the power of time. In the end, the Bodhi leaf turned into a rain of light and disappeared from his hand, leaving him in a daze. After an unknown amount of time, he turned around and walked towards the deepest part of the Celestial Court. There was a Bodhi tree there, which was now more than 10 zhang tall and glistening with emerald green. Father! A little girl with a childish voice called out. She staggered as she ran over. She looked to be about 1 year old, and was a delicate little girl. Slow down, little Violet. Don't worry. Little Nan Nan was also only 2 or 3 years old, but she was like a little adult, guarding by the side, taking care of the charmingly naive little girl. The night was dark, and the Bodhi tree was glowing. Yifan turned around and revealed a doting smile. He squatted down and scratched little Violet's nose, then patted little Nan Nan's head. "Father, hug." Little Violet was struggling to walk, and her speech was not very clear. She looked very young and tender. When she was born, she was very special. She could run and jump, but she was sealed by Yifan. He was afraid that if she cultivated too quickly in the future, there would be some hidden dangers. Yifan picked up the naughty little girl, who was climbing up his body, and patted her gently, letting her fall asleep. Not long after, Ji Ziwe walked over and took the little girl from his arms dotingly. Then, she walked towards the palace in the distance. Under the Bodhi tree, Yifan was lost in thought as he looked at the starry sky. Little Nan Nan sat obediently at the side and said softly, "Big brother, what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about how to become stronger." "Nan Nan, help Big brother. Those bad guys won't dare to come. Don't be afraid." The little girl said innocently. She already knew what she meant to the celestial court. Even if she didn't do anything, she could intimidate the most terrifying person like the emperor. Big brother's heart is very uncomfortable. Someone used the power of hope to leave a letter for me in the human world. Finally, I know her whereabouts. I want to go to the underworld. Yifan said softly, "I'll go with Big brother." Little Nan Nan blinked her big eyes, raised her head, and said sweetly, "No, you can't leave the celestial court. Many eyes are watching." Yifan shook his head. "I don't know if I can come back. If I leave like this, it will be too irresponsible. If I don't go, my heart will burn." Yifan said. He needed strength. He needed to have the supreme cultivation to fight a supreme being. He needed the divine body to be completed. "I want to create a new technique and complete it in the shortest time possible." Yifan stood up, his eyes filled with determination. That night, Yifan listened to Zhang Qingyang talk about the wondrous use of telekinesis, as well as the possibility of reincarnation. Blood exists by borrowing the body of later generations. Generation after generation, it is tempered and nourished. Divine sense takes form and sits in the hearts of all living beings. Yifan muttered to himself. This was the result of his further deduction. "Master, take precautions against these people. They might really have an afterlife. In the future, there might be unimaginable enemies." Zhang Qingyang said, "My Tao is in this world. I don't seek an afterlife. I want to be invincible in this world and crush everything." Yifan said resolutely. 2 days later, Yang Shi came to the Bodhi tree and reported in a low voice, "Master, I accidentally killed Ghost Mother." Yifan nodded, indicating that he understood. Yang Shi didn't leave and said, "I accidentally killed Ghost Mother's master again. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them," Yifan said. "I was also careless and killed Ghost Mother's master's master. People offend me, don't force them. There's no need to hold it in," Yifan said again. "Yes, that's why I killed another ancestor of theirs," Yang Shi said shyly. Yifan was speechless. However, Yang Shi still refused to leave. "What's wrong? I also killed a ghost marshal. It's almost certain that he's going to become the quasi-emperor soon. He's going to be a powerhouse of the underworld." Yifan couldn't help but ask, "How many people did you kill?" "After I left, they ambushed me. When I killed a young one, they provoked an old one. I killed a total of 108 generals of the underworld," Yang Shi said nervously. When Yifan heard this news, he was shocked. He believed that the outside world must be in an uproar. Those were 108 ghost generals of the underworld. That was equivalent to 108 planets being wiped out because they had lost their guardians. In reality, it was just as Yifan had predicted. The elites of the underworld had ganged up on Yang Shi, injuring him severely. In a fit of rage, Yang Shi had slaughtered all of them and destroyed the flags of the 108 stars of the underworld. "What else are you hiding?" Yifan asked. "The underworld prince, Yama's son, and Hell's son have all come out to kill me. These three were the next successors of the underworld. In the future, one of them would be the underworld palace lord, and his status would be frighteningly high." "What's the result?" Yifan asked. The Yama's son was killed by my senior brother, Yi Tong. Yang, she said honestly. Yi Tong had become the quasi-emperor 10 years ago. His strength was unfathomable, and he was on the same level as the ancient prince. Now, his name shook the universe, and he was known as the reincarnation of the sacred Sun Emperor. Chapter 1686. Miaoi fell into the underworld, using the power of will as a memento for me, saying that we will meet again in the next life. Yifan wandered through the cosmos alone, gazing at the boundless starry skies. His heart was filled with grief. He needed power, an unmatched divine might that could fight against supreme beings. How could he charge into the underworld if he didn't? Several levels of the pagoda were broken. 500 years had long since been covered in dust, as well as old memories. Western Desert could no longer see the past Lake of Au, nor could they see that beautiful figure. Yifan descended onto the great earth, walking step by step, diligently searching. Back then, the two of them circled the lake, listening to the ancient temple's long drawn-out bell sounds. It seemed as if it was still before their eyes. There was only rubble ahead. The great bell had been broken for hundreds of years, its rust half buried in the earth. Lake of Au had already dried up, becoming a desert. There was only gravel left. That past unmatched magnificence, that pure lotus-like figure, had long ceased to exist in this world. Everything had become the past. Only the wind was still there, blowing the damaged scriptures, making walala sounds. The damaged scripture barrels spun about, creating chaotic sounds, not letting down the Buddhist chanting. He could still remember the sunset glow that filled the sky. The setting sun dyed the sacred temple red. They waved goodbye. He walked towards his own path, and she sent him off with a smile. It was a brilliant smile, but there were sparkling teardrops falling down. Ah! Yifan stood by Western Desert's Lake of Au, roaring towards the heavens. His hair was disheveled, dancing about like dragons and snakes. He erupted with the most powerful aura. Sand and stones flew everywhere, smashing against the shore and splitting apart the plateau. It was like a flood, sweeping into the distance, startling the entire boundless great earth. A sorrowful laugh sounded. This was a type of helplessly looking back. Spring after spring split open at the bottom of the dried-up lake. Water gushed out, clear and sparkling. After 2 days and 2 nights, it filled Lake of Au. Looking down from the heavens, it looked like a teardrop. The dust of the temple of Au was all gone. The rubble was dim and without luster, still scattered there. The broken walls hadn't changed. Yifan didn't want to rebuild it either. This is a miracle. Lake of Au has reappeared. The heavens have shown their spirit. On the plateau, many herdsmen ran, rushing to inform each other, gathering towards Lake of Au. Many people were crying tears of joy. The land here used to be fertile and there was no shortage of fish and rice. But ever since the chaos of the darkness, the spiritual veins here had collapsed and the plateau became desolate. The reappearance of Lake Ashok is a blessing from the heavens. This is the bright pearl of our highland. Our most precious sacred lake will bring us prosperity. Many people cheered, and many elders were so moved that their eyes were brimming with tears. With every step they took, they kowtowed as if they were on a pilgrimage. Many people followed suit and prayed by the lakeside. That person is too similar. He is exactly the same as the person in the painting. He is the immortal from back then. Suddenly, an old man with 1 foot in the grave had a look of shock in his muddy eyes. He trembled as he walked forward and saw Yifan. Next to the lake, Yifan stood quietly in his own world, looking at Lake Ashoka and thinking about the past. "May I ask if you were a deity from back then?" The old man's voice trembled. Yifan turned around and looked at them. He sighed softly and didn't say anything. "It's him. The man in the painting. Back then, our ancestors saw him. He was strolling here with a female bodhisattva. He used to sprinkle divine light and help many people. Yes, that female bodhisattva used to cultivate here and saved many people. Many people have her portrait in their homes. Their ancestors lived here and said that there was a female bodhisattva who cultivated here. She was a great benefactor to the people of the highland. She saved the sick and used divine light to bathe newborn babies. She helped the herdsmen open up fertile pastures and diverted rivers to irrigate the fields. Some people had seen this female bodhisattva walking together with Yifan. The two of them were like a pair of immortal lovers, leaving a deep impression on the herdsman's ancestors. Is the female bodhisattva still here? An old man pushed away his grandson's support and knelt down to express his gratitude. Yifan felt very uncomfortable. Now that he was the only one left, how could he respond? He raised his hand and sprinkled down a rain of light, covering everyone. It made the old man in his twilight years look hale and hearty, cured the middle-aged man of all illnesses, and made the children more spirited and healthy. It's the deity from back then, the person who was with the female bodhisattva. Can you tell us where the female bodhisattva went? We have always worshipped her portrait and are grateful to her for generations to come. Behind him, a herdsman gathered his courage and asked loudly. Yifan was silent. His hands slowly moved. The ground rumbled and the whole highland began to shake. Now that his Genesis technique had reached great heights, he could change the world. Soon, the underground dragon vein was connected and spiritual energy surged. Then he rose into the air. His fingers were like knives, plowing the ground and creating rivers. Not long after, the water flowed along the rivers, nourishing the barren land and giving it a new lease of life. The deity has shown himself. Thank the heavens for their gift. Many herdsmen knelt down when they saw this scene. Their voices were like a tsunami. It's not that the heavens have eyes. It's not that the world has feelings and don't worship me. This is what the female bodhisattva in your hearts did. I believe that if she were still alive, she would do the same. If you want to worship, please worship her. Remember her name. And Miaoi. In the sky, Yifan's figure faded. In the era when Mount Meru had been torn apart, the Great Thunder Temple had collapsed, Buddhism had declined, and there was a lack of faith. But the people on the Au Highland had never forgotten this female bodhisattva. It was clear how deeply she had penetrated into their hearts. From that day on, the collapsed Dhamma temple was rebuilt. The ancient temple was once again dyed with a divine luster by the setting sun. The rubble was washed by the herdsmen and covered with the original ancient materials. The temple did not worship the ancient Buddhas of the heavens. There was only one woman, and that was in Miaoi. There were people praying every day, and the incense was burning. The original clay statue began to gain vitality and luster. Yifan went to the Lantua temple again, but unfortunately, he could not find anything. There was not even a trace of it. He climbed Mount Meru. It was no longer as grand as before and was a little deserted. Although many experts and preachers from the ancient Amitabha starfield had come, it could not be compared to the atmosphere of the former #1 holy land of Buddhism. Bodhi covered the sky, covering the mountains and plains. Yifan walked aimlessly, leaving his footprints on Mount Meru. Then, he headed east, crossing the central continent and heading to the eastern wasteland to search for traces of the past. Unfortunately, everything was like a dream, an illusion, or a flash of lightning, buried in the past. Miaoi is no longer here. Yifan walked alone in the mountains and rivers, roaming about the great wasteland like a lone wolf. He was set off by the setting sun like blood. He wanted to become stronger, to reach the level where he could fight supreme beings. Looking back on the past 500 years, every bit of the past moved his emotions and made his blood boil. I will fight my way into the underworld. With a long roar, the mountains and valleys all rumbled. He was like a comet streaking across the sky. That day he appeared in many places. When he found the ruins of the northern divine city and held a memorial service, it caused a commotion. Some people recognized him, and the news swept through the eastern wasteland like a hurricane. The divine physique Yifan, who had disappeared for many years, has returned. Heavens, it's him. The current peerless expert has killed 6 or 7 ancient princes. Who can contend against him? The eastern wasteland was shaken. Countless experts rushed over. Many of the younger cultivators and young experts who rose up in recent decades were incomparably excited. "Senior, is it really you? Senior Yi, please accept me as your disciple." A group of people surrounded him. Some excitedly paid their respects while others knelt down, wanting to become his disciple. Several hundred years had passed. Yi Fan's former enemies had either been annihilated or beaten by his disciple until they couldn't raise their heads. His name shook the starry sky, and there were naturally many people who admired him. The achievements of the battle 300 years ago couldn't be erased. He sacrificed himself for the Tao, his blood splashing across the starry sky. After falling for several hundred years, his miraculous return naturally became a legend. Yi Fan looked at these young and tender faces and thought of many things. He was once full of vigor and even had the ambition to swallow mountains and rivers, but now, he found that all of his pursuits had slowly changed. He had only cultivated for 500 years, yet there were already irreparable regrets in his life. One could imagine what those great emperors who didn't die in hundreds of battles and grew old alone had faced. Just thinking about it made him feel miserable. Yi Fan supported those youths who were still somewhat immature. He silently passed through the crowd and headed into the distance. How could he be in the mood to accept disciples? Some old friends outside the crowd saw him. Only a small portion of people survived the collapse of the Holy Lands like 10,000 beginnings in Dian. When they saw the current Yi Fan, their expressions were incomparably complicated. A middle-aged man with hair as white as snow had a stupefied expression. He was the saint child of 10,000 beginnings who was chosen later on. Even though he succeeded the position of Holy Lord, they still declined in the end and returned to the mortal world. Looking at Yi Fan, who was as famous as him in the past, but whose name had already shaken the entire cosmos, he could only bitterly smile. Time was truly ruthless, burying too many things. One of the girls had clear eyes as she watched calmly. She was just as quiet as before. Yi Fan sensed something and turned around. He nodded. He recognized that it was the Tao Yi Saintess. They had met several times before, so his impression of her wasn't bad. "Brother Yi, we can only watch from afar. Back then, the great completion of the holy body, the unrivaled under the heavens, is about to become true." Beside the road, another martial divine male with a head full of black hair spoke. He was the Holy Lord of Dian. As time passed, he became stronger. He discovered that he couldn't keep up with that person's footsteps and was left far behind. Yi Fan turned around and nodded in greeting. He completely disappeared from this place. The Wind Clan had yet to be annihilated. A 9-phoenix sun-bearing carriage stopped in the distance. There were people watching from within, but they could only helplessly sigh. Right now, Yi Fan was a character that even those with ancient emperor bloodlines would have a headache. There were naturally many ancient races in the northern Dipper continent. Many people came to watch. All of them had complicated emotions in their hearts. When facing Yi Fan, they could only lower their heads and give way. Yi Fan's appearance shook the northern Dipper continent. Many familiar and unfamiliar people rushed over, wanting to meet with him. This included those from Grand Xia who hadn't been annihilated yet, as well as cultivators from the Sky Demon Palace and Jade Lake, as well as the Lord himself. He didn't linger and left alone, entering the depths of the Great Desolate. 3 words rang out in his ears: "We'll meet again in the next life." His heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. Others felt that his cultivation speed was already fast enough, but he felt that it wasn't enough. He still couldn't sweep through everything in this world. There were still paragons in this world that could rival him. He began to break through. The blood in his body surged as he observed the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. The Tao entered his mind, and he read the emperor's scriptures of the past. Each and every scripture took form, resembling ancient emperors that revolved around him. Yi Fan sat cross-legged, the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers as his master. With the emperor's scriptures as his companion, he wanted to soar into the heavens, facing all enemies in this world head-on. Chapter 1687. The Underworld, the Holy Ji Palace, the dynasties, and God's organization faced off against each other across space. and the universe was divided into 4 realms. The undercurrents were turbulent, and the most devastating war could break out at any time. In this chaotic world, everyone was doing their best to cultivate and raise their own cultivation realms. The future belonged to the strong, and there would inevitably be an undying era. The process might be extremely bloody and full of war. The present world was not an ordinary age, but a golden age that had only been seen once since ancient times. All of the most powerful bloodlines from past to present gathered here, so it was destined to not be peaceful. The golden age of 100 vying barges had yet to end, and it had entered the warring states period that it was bound to appear. During these 20 years, countless geniuses rose up, shining with their own brilliance in the cosmos. They became legends, heroes, shining with brilliant radiance. During this period of time, Yi Fan did not appear. The struggle between the ancient princes continued, and it was even more bitter. There were people who fell, and there were people whose names shook the eternal starry river. They wrote their emperor's song on the path of invincibility. Apart from them, there were others who had become emperor stars that attracted the attention of the world, such as Yi Tong, the underworld prince, Huang Qi, Tianyi, Zhou, and others. This was a resplendent era. It was destined that masters would emerge in large numbers. This was also a lamentable era. It was destined that countless geniuses would become the bones of the emperor's road. It could be foreseen that the most dazzling collision, the most dazzling sparks would erupt in this era, and the emperor's road witherer would surpass all previous eras. In the end, the glory belonged to only one person, Second Saint Physique. Is he really invincible under the quasi-emperor? Is he really another Yi Fan? This was a black building that was built in the underworld. It floated in the air and was surrounded by black mist. Above the grand and imposing gate was a bronze plaque with 3 words engraved on it: Yama Palace. This was one of the most terrifying places in the underworld, on an equal footing with the emperor of the underworld and the prison-suppressing branch. Yama's son wasn't killed by Yang Shi. He was killed by Yi Tong, who possessed the extreme Yang physique. That man was a heaven-defying genius who could rival an ancient emperor's bloodline. A cold laugh came from the top of the Black Hall. The King Yanluo's lineage is getting worse with each generation. He no longer has the divine talent of his predecessors. How could he talk about ruling over the underworld? He was actually killed by an outsider. My lord, please calm down. Yi Tong is just too strong. The people below lowered their heads. This place was filled with dense yin energy. There wasn't the slightest bit of yang energy to speak of. It was cold and dark, truly a netherworld. Wu, in that battle back then, we paid quite the price, causing the Sun clan that was at its peak to decline. That battle allowed us to obtain enough Sun essence blood. Now, even though a pure Sun body was produced, there is no need for it. There will be people who will deal with him. When the person above Yen Luo Dian revealed such a terrifying truth, the few experts standing below were all shocked. They did not expect there to be such a secret. The decline of the Great Yang bloodline in the Big Dipper started a long time ago. Otherwise, even 10 golden crows wouldn't be able to exterminate this clan. However, very few people knew that in the distant past, it was the Yama bloodline of the underworld that slaughtered the Sun quasi-emperor who was at the height of his power. He slaughtered countless people of this race and refined the Sun blood that he needed. The descendants of King Yanluo are really unworthy. The person sitting at the top of the hall sighed and said, "What we lack the most is the saint's blood. Yi Tong can kill Changchun, but Yang Shi's blood must be brought back." Report. Someone rushed into the hall and knelt on one knee. His entire body was shrouded in yin energy, and his face was extremely pale. It was obvious that he was a powerful corpse that had gained sentience. What happened? The Prince of Hell was killed by the Sun body Yi Tong in the starry sky. Not even his bones were left. The Yen Luo Dian was completely silent. In this generation of the underworld prince, the Prince of Hell, and the son of King Yen Luo had died. Something like this had only happened in the era of Wuxia. Back then, the underworld was killed with the help of a heavenly treasure and hid in a secret realm for tens of thousands of years. Although there were supremes in the underworld, they had to endure the humiliation. That was an era that they could not bear to look back on. Now, 2 of their sons had been killed, reminding them of those terrible times. It seems like the underworld has really rusted. We have existed for a long time and witnessed the glorious years of the emperors. Now everyone is tired of living. Do you really think that you can dominate the universe? The bloody reality has shattered your dreams. Above the hall, a huge creature was roaring. It was not a human. Half of its body was revealed in the darkness, and its green claws were as big as dustpans. It shone with a cold light and smashed the table made of divine materials into pieces. The Prince of Hell has also declined. The underworld is getting worse with each generation. In the past, the ancestors of the underworld went on a crusade. Once the Een army appeared, even the celestial court was about to collapse. They left behind their glorious name. At the end of reincarnation, the underworld is the final destination of all living beings. This is not just talk. How can the underworld be so useless? The other 2 important halls of the underworld were the same. There was a deep roar that shook the underworld for billions of miles. The entire dark underworld was filled with blood-colored lightning. The underworld has nothing else but many experts. We have gathered the strongest heroic spirits since ancient times. No one can resist us. He began to order people to go to the black prison to invite the sleeping existence. Sir, please reconsider. The person in the black prison is not very stable. He has not completely awakened and is often muddle-headed. He kills anyone he sees. Although he was invincible when he was alive, now is not the time for him to come out. There was a great earthquake in the universe. Yi Tong and Yang Shi, the 2 brothers, shone brightly. Yang Shi was invincible under the Quasi-Emperor and killed many Een generals of the underworld. Yi Tong was even more amazing. He had the pure bloodline of the sun and was known as the second Holy Emperor of the Sun. He killed the future successors of the underworld and stirred up the universe. The world was shocked. The dynasty, the Tao Palace, and the underworld had not yet shed all pretense of cordiality. But the celestial court had already started a conflict with the underworld. Everyone sighed. Yi Fan had accepted a few good disciples. They could already stir up the heavenly wind and cause chaos in the universe. 2 of the successors of the underworld had been killed. How could such a thing not be shocking? This is only the beginning. The underworld prince is going to fight Yi Tong to restore the dignity of the underworld. Someone sighed. If the underworld was defeated, that would be the most terrifying thing. Because it meant that countless Een soldiers would be born. The strongest ancient experts would return one by one, and their corpses would return to fight fiercely. Since ancient times, countless supreme experts had been born. Even if the underworld could only obtain a small part of their bodies, it would be enough to be invincible. In the universe, Yi Tong's body was emitting divine light. With him around, there was no sun in the sky and no light in the starry sky. Because he was the most brilliant sun. He stood there. Even his golden hair was dyed golden by the light. His expression was solemn and dignified. In front of him was a completely different scene. Boundless darkness. The underworld fog rolled, and the power of death was vast. A man in black armor was like the god of death. This battle had erupted. Although it was not a public battle, the people who passed by this star field and the sages who heard the news were lucky enough to see it. Samsara of life and death. The underworld prince used a great divine ability right from the start. It was a forbidden technique of the ancient supreme experts. The realms of Yin and Yang rotated, and the aura of life and death surged. It turned into a reincarnation gate, covering the heaven and earth and swallowing Yi Tong inside. Is it a battle of life and death? A battle of victory and defeat? Everyone was scared. This kind of battle was the most dangerous. Thousands of moves were combined into one move. Once the strongest attack was used, there would be no return. The winner would live and the loser would die. The underworld prince dared to attack like this not only because he was confident, but also because he had a kind of courage. He wanted to suppress Yi Tong with his aura. And Yi Tong's reaction was also very strong. He stood in the pitch-black reincarnation gate. His golden figure strode in the boundless reincarnation, trekking forward bravely. The end of reincarnation is your final destination, the underworld prince murmured. His expression was solemn. He didn't underestimate his opponent and fought seriously. The fact that he could use this move also showed his courage. Senior brother. Yang Shi was worried. He saw blood dripping from Yi Tong's body. Every step he took dyed the void red. He was under great pressure in the reincarnation. Open. In the next moment, not only did the divine light of the sun rush into the heavens from Yi Tong's body, there was also extreme energy bursting forth. There were a total of 18 ancient characters facing each other. They intertwined and rotated, becoming one. Vaguely, there was chaotic energy bursting forth. His body contains the true meaning of extreme yin. This generation's extreme yang physique is not simple. Many people exclaimed in admiration. They were completely subdued. Kacha! The reincarnation gate shattered. The underworld prince's body shook violently as blood flowed out from his body. Yi Tong rushed out like a heavenly flame. Multicolored light shone for tens of thousands of zhang. At this moment he was a true sun god, looking down on the mortal world. The wounds on his body healed. With a slash of his palm, the half-destroyed underworld prince was cut into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. The universe was deathly silent. None of the three great successors of the underworld were left alive. They were all killed by Yi Tong alone. This was a world-shocking thunderclap, and the effects were too great. Senior brother, are you all right? Yang Shi frowned. It's fine. I'll recover after a few days of rest. Yi Tong wiped away the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth and revealed a sunny smile. The two of them left, but the starry sky was in an uproar. Soon the entire universe was shaken. Everyone knew that the terrifying aspect of the underworld was about to be revealed to the world. Just what kind of monsters did Yi Fan teach? His disciples are already so divine. Just how strong is he himself? He hasn't made a move in 20 years. Right now, the entire universe was discussing the celestial court. This lineage was a miracle. People couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Although the celestial court was inferior to the four great realms, its potential was limitless. In the future, it might even surpass them and be respected by the entire world. I'm really disappointed. The successors of this generation of the underworld are each weaker than the last. The three-yin physique, which was known as the strongest in 100,000 years, was nurtured in the underworld for 100,000 years. Yet, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. They were all killed by a single person. The underworld royal palace, Yama Hall, and prison suppression hall trembled at the same time. A cold voice transmitted over, causing the entire underworld to shake. It's not that the three children of the underworld aren't strong. It's just that this generation's extreme yang physique is too terrifying. Go to the black prison and release that person's shackles. Let him go on a killing spree. A dignified voice roared with great anger. On this day, the gates of the underworld opened. Hundreds of thousands of yin soldiers came out and escorted a prison carriage. It rumbled as it moved towards the depths of the starry sky. Everyone was horrified. Those who were well-informed knew that the underworld was furious. They were going to sweep through the celestial court and wash the starry sky with blood. A somewhat frail youth stepped into the starry sky. He was full of hope and his eyes were filled with longing. He observed the sun, moon, and stars as he moved. He was very curious about everything. It had to be said that this was a very cute child. He looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. His eyes were clear and flawless, even purer than a baby's. He looked gentle, quiet, and beautiful. He was more spirited than all the girls of his age. In front of him, all things with spirituality paled in comparison. Uncle, do you know where the celestial court is? After a long journey, he finally met an old saint on a small planet. His face that was as white as porcelain revealed a bashful smile. His eyes were like black gemstones, letting people know that he was an inexperienced youth. Child, you are really powerful. You look so young, but you are actually traveling alone in the starry sky. It is too dangerous. The old saint advised him out of goodwill. After that, His expression changed, and he said, "Don't ask about the heavenly court, especially in this star region. I advise you to quickly turn around and return, because there are hundreds of thousands of nether soldiers passing through in front of us, and they are going to wipe out the heroes of the heavenly court. Now, many saints are flying away, and all the strategic towns along the way are practically empty. Why do they want to attack the celestial court?" The youth asked. He looked very young and cute, making people unable to help but have a good impression of him and care for him. "Don't ask so much. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise it will be too late." The old man said out of goodwill, "I can't leave. I have to find Master." The youth shook his head and wanted to go forward. "Silly child. There is a group of demons coming up ahead. They are going to wash the starry sky with blood. If you go forward like this, it will be equivalent to throwing your life away. You can't go to the celestial court." The old saint warned him. "But my master is in the celestial court. I have to go." The youth was a little shy. He bowed to the old saint seriously. Then, purple light flashed and he disappeared from the star. "Heavens, I misjudged you. You didn't use the transportation formation to sneak out of home. You can actually shatter the universe with your physical body and roam the void." The old saint was shocked and was in a daze for a long time. "Uncle, how do I get to the celestial court? Can you tell me?" Along the way, the youth saw more and more people. They were all in a hurry as if they were fleeing. "Hurry up and turn back. The Een soldiers are coming. If you don't leave now, it will be too late." A white-haired elder said, "I won't run. I have to find Master. If the Een soldiers want to attack the celestial court, I will go and stop them." The youth's voice was very weak. Moreover, he was so beautiful. He was the most intelligent person these people had seen. He had the spiritual wisdom of heaven and earth. His entire person was very ethereal. "You might not be as small as you look on the surface. You are a saint, but you really can't go any further. Hurry up and turn back. Otherwise, you will be killed." These people who had escaped couldn't bear to see such a cute youth who had pure eyes and didn't know much about the world get into danger. They all spoke up. "Thank you, uncles, but I really have to go to the celestial court to find my master." The youth replied. "Who is your master?" Someone asked. "My master is the holy physique Fan," the youth said softly. He seemed a little weak. Everyone was shocked. Fan had such a disciple? They had never heard of him before. "Hurry up and leave. The Een soldiers are coming," someone shouted. In the distance there was a large black mass, where chariots rumbled, and Een Chi covered the sky. "Don't be afraid. Uncles, I will help you deal with them." The youth rushed forward. Purple light tore through the universe. With a boom, he stood in front of them. At this moment, everyone behind was stunned. In a trance, they seemed to see an unparalleled demon emperor awaken. The youth's aura was completely different. He stood under the starry sky alone, suppressing the heavens and the earth. Who is he? What kind of monster did the holy physique Fan teach? Why do I feel that he can deal with everyone in the underworld? Quasi-emperor. He is actually a quasi-emperor. Heavens! When did Fan have such a disciple? If this youth can kill his way back to the underworld army, it will be really heaven-defying. Everyone was shocked and looked at the scene in disbelief. Chapter 1688. The young man stood under the starry sky, and all the ghost soldiers stopped in their tracks. The starlight flickered, but there were also waves of Een Chi. He alone blocked the path of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The people behind him were all shocked. This was a very beautiful young man, and he was still young and shy. At this moment, he had such an imposing aura that made people look up to him. A Een marshal at the front waved his hand, and all the ghost soldiers behind him raised their bronze dagger axes and pointed them forward. Their armor was dense, and a cold aura permeated the air. "Who are you?" The voice of the ghost marshal sounded like two pieces of cold iron rubbing against each other. It was devoid of humanity, and it made people feel cold all over. "I am Komatsu," the young man said shyly. He had sparkling eyes, long eyelashes, light hair, and a frail body. He looked very delicate. He gave off a contradictory feeling. The young man looked very cute, but he exuded a powerful aura that made the Een soldiers and generals feel pressured. Komatsu? Never heard of it, the Een marshal said softly. The other experts around him also shook their heads coldly, indicating that they had no idea. Do you know where we come from? One of them asked coldly. I don't know. The young man was a little embarrassed, and his face turned red. He felt that he was too inexperienced. The expressions of all the Een generals were cold. One of them said, We come from the underworld. The underworld, the young man said softly. He didn't know where he came from, and he didn't know that there was such a cultivation sect. He replied honestly and cautiously, I'm sorry, I don't know. I've never heard of it. Behind him, the group of Een generals were furious. They all glared at the young man. No one had ever dared to look down on them like this. Yang Shi was arrogant. She had killed 108 of their Een generals, but she didn't dare to say that she had never heard of the underworld. Yitong was strong, and he had killed 3 of the underworld's children. However, he had to admit that this organization was extremely terrifying. A young man who was even prettier than a girl actually dared to say such words, looking down on them. This caused all the Een generals to be furious, and they felt insulted. You haven't heard of it? A ghost marshal said coldly. His voice had changed, and there was a threatening sharpness in the Een chi. I'm sorry, I really haven't heard of it. The young man lowered his head, feeling even more embarrassed. His face was red. The group of sages who were initially fleeing stopped, a little stunned. There were even some who gasped. Who was this youth? Was he really Yi Fan's disciple? Is he being arrogant? Is he looking down on the underworld? But it didn't seem like it. That kind of expression and tone wasn't faked. Was he really a youth who was ignorant of the ways of the world? Everyone was a little confused. Those who were running stopped and watched quietly. On the other side, many of the ghost generals of the underworld were filled with resentment. In their eyes, that red face was an expression of extreme contempt. He was deliberately mocking them. For so many years, the underworld has been the overlord of the universe, causing the collapse of the celestial court. But it has not fallen for 10,000 generations, causing the corpses of the gods to fall. Who dares to disrespect it? A little brat like you dares to be so arrogant and insult my underworld? Let's see if you can defy the heavens today. The ghost marshal said calmly and coldly. Uncle, I'm sorry. I really didn't know. The young man explained, feeling a little awkward. When the ghost marshal heard this, he couldn't help but tremble. Uncle? This was truly intolerable. They had never seen such a hateful young man before. He was too arrogant. This child has character. He's fearless. Could it be that the Saint Physique Yi Fan has arrived? Or that the large black dog has come and taught him to speak like this? All the saints couldn't help but laugh. If the young man dared to act like this, he definitely had a backup plan that could withstand the storm of the underworld. Perhaps the army of the celestial court had arrived, and a great decisive battle was about to begin. As for the underworld side, there was an awkward silence for a long time. This was too much. He had humiliated them again and again. This young man really didn't give them any face. Kill. The ghost marshal waved his hand, and the battle team behind him took shape. Large banners were raised densely, formation platforms were set up, and large amounts of symbols lit up. This was the underworld's killing formation, and it was presided over by a group of Een generals. Terrifying Een chi filled the air, instantly sweeping through the starry sky. Ordinary people would all tremble. This was a type of palpitation that originated from their souls, and death was approaching them. The young Komatsu's aura also suddenly changed. Although he was still very bashful, the aura he emitted was incomparably powerful. It was like an immortal divine mountain towering there. Large banners flew over, and formation platforms descended one after another, suppressing the Komatsu. All of them erupted with a terrifying aura of death. The formation patterns were like the veins of the universe, flickering with blinding light. Kacha! What was unexpected was that all the formation platforms and banners were useless. As soon as they neared the Komatsu, they were all shattered, and the group of ghost generals that rushed over were even more so sent flying, coughing out blood continuously. The young man didn't make a move. There was only a purple divine ring around his body. This was a type of instinctive defense, and yet everyone was sent flying. So powerful. Everyone was shocked, and their faces immediately paled. The ghost marshal's expression was gloomy. He personally entered the battle, wielding the quasi-emperor weapon as he charged over. It was a black metal spear, and it was like a black flood dragon tearing apart the universe. It was sinister and terrifying. Dang. Unfortunately, the attack was still ineffective. The quasi-emperor weapon was sent flying by the divine ring, and the ghost marshal was sent flying. All of the bones in his body crackled, and he was seriously injured. He almost turned into a meat paste. Everyone's eyelids were twitching. The stronger the attack, the greater the backlash. This was just too terrifying. He was just a harmless young man, yet he was actually so heaven-defying. Even the quasi-emperor weapon was unable to harm him in the slightest, and it was automatically reflected back. Just how shocking was this? You guys, are you all right? The young man seemed to be at a loss, as if he had never killed anyone before. He felt extremely uneasy when he saw people coughing out blood and others lying motionless on the ground. Quasi-emperor. The ghost marshal stood up with great difficulty. He reconnected his broken bones, and with a pale face, he spat out these two words, shocking everyone. This seemingly tender young man was actually a quasi-emperor. Who exactly are you? The people of the underworld shouted. I'm Komatsu. I'm the disciple of the holy physique Yi Fan. The young man's voice was not loud, and he seemed a bit uneasy and reserved as he looked at everyone. The people of the underworld immediately exploded. He was actually Yi Fan's disciple, and as expected, he came for them. When they thought about the humiliation just now, the ghost generals felt even more indignant. This young man was Yi Fan's disciple, and the two of them were definitely mortal enemies. Everything that happened just now was definitely done on purpose, and everyone was filled with hostility. You've gone too far, you've gone too far, the ghost marshal roared. Uncle, I'm sorry, I didn't want to hurt anyone, but you guys went to find trouble with the celestial court, and you even attacked me. I could only defend passively. The young Komatsu explained. The hatred between the underworld and the celestial court is hard to resolve. Yitong must die, and Yi Fan's blood must be shed. Even if you are his disciple, you must be executed. The ghost generals at the back were already furious. The other party was clearly mocking them. The celestial court must be wiped out. The group of ghost generals hollered. Why are you doing this? What you are doing is wrong. The young man said. He retorted seriously and uneasily. He was a little agitated, and his face was a little flushed. I can't take it anymore. You've gone too far. I've never seen such an arrogant person. He's arrogant to the extreme. It's fine if he humiliated us once, but he still wants to continue. Let's fight it out with him. Someone used the quasi-emperor formation to attack the young man in front of him. This really isn't right. We can sit down and talk about it. War really isn't good. The young man shouted, and he seemed really honest. Hong! The quasi-emperor formation was activated, and it was incomparably ferocious. Its aura shook the heavens and earth, and ghosts and gods retreated. It was far stronger than normal quasi-emperor formations. This was the trump card they prepared to take down the celestial court. Purple light flickered above the young man's head. A pagoda rushed out from the crown of his head, even more so 9 floors. Its shape was extremely strange, a bit like the fruit of a pine tree, a pine pagoda. When this pagoda appeared, everyone became stupefied. That type of aura, that type of radiance, that type of Tao radiance, it was as if an immortal treasure flew over from the higher realms. It was dazzling and dazzling, Tao light astonishing. This was a purple Tao pagoda that was sparkling and replete with moisture. Purple light curled about its entire body, dense mists rising. Every single floor had an immortal sovereign seated within, chanting scriptures, explaining the secrets of opening the heavens. It was forged from divine mark purple gold, its entire body without the slightest bit of impurity. It was flawless and brilliant, immortal light oppressing. It contained the divine marks of the creation of the world, a natural scripture. It was actually refined to this type of degree. Everyone sighed in admiration. Every single type of immortal gold had its own unique value. If divine mark purple gold was refined to the point where it could communicate with spirit and immortal, after merging with its owner's soul, it could capture the great Tao symbols of heaven and earth. This was especially the case when entering historical sites and exploring them. With this type of immortal treasure in hand, it might be possible to carve the various symbols left behind by ancient people while comprehending the Tao. It had endless uses. Even though there was this type of saying, from ancient times until now, no one had refined divine mark purple gold to such a heaven-defying degree, bestowing it with a brand new life, making it intelligent and divine. How did this youth do it? It was rumored that only those close to immortality had this type of divine ability. The pagoda forged from divine mark purple gold had 9 floors, and every single floor had an immortal sovereign seated. This was what everyone found the most incomprehensible. They were chanting different scriptures, rumbling as they moved. He has obtained many scriptures through this divine pagoda. Even though they are all damaged, it is still shocking. Forget about the people of the underworld, even the saints in the back were stupefied. There were 2 divine objects in this world that had the heaven-defying possibility of capturing heaven and earth Tao patterns. One was the spiritual and immortal divine mark purple gold. The second was immortal melody. However, the latter wasn't practical. It was rumored that it could only be used after obtaining the nourishment of immortal energy in the immortal realm. It was practically meaningless in this realm. It wasn't that no one had obtained divine mark purple gold before, but this was the only one that was refined to connect with immortality. It had nothing to do with one's cultivation, but rather with the user's nature that was close to immortality. How could Yi Fan have this kind of disciple? He really could shake the world. Is there really such a person in this world? Could it be that he will become an immortal in the future? Everyone was stupefied. This kind of performance was shocking, and it made people feel even more restraining fear than Yi Tong's battle prowess. This was because no one knew just how far this shy youth would grow in the future. I understand now. He didn't intentionally ridicule us, but it is precisely this kind of temperament, the heart of a pure child, untainted by the world of mortals, pure and flawless. Only then can he approach immortality. The ghost marshal completely understood. After thinking it through, he became deeply worried and said, "Kill him!" He ordered the Yin soldiers and Yin generals to open that cage and have everyone retreat. He wanted that person who was once unrivaled in this world to come out and kill Komatsu. Chapter 1689. A deep roar rang out. It was as if a primordial beast had been sealed until now and was roaring at this moment. It shook everyone to the point that their souls were about to leave their bodies and their bodies felt like they were going to split apart. This kind of sound was like muffled thunder, causing everyone's ears to ring. Their blood was about to break through their veins and rush out. Thunder rumbled all over their bodies. This was such an expert. He hadn't even appeared yet. But this kind of roar alone had such penetrative power that it made people's primordial spirits about to explode. It was indeed terrifying. All the saints retreated, not daring to watch the battle from a close distance. As for the Yin soldiers and generals, they retreated like the tide, opening up a huge space. There was a war chariot under the starry sky with a cage on it. It was bright red like blood and seemed to be cast from phoenix blood gold. This was because many blood phoenixes appeared and coiled around it. But upon closer inspection, it was just a terrifying kind of wood. Some people recognized that it was a kind of divine wood controlled by the underworld. Netherworld phoenix blood wood. Everyone's hearts pounded. This kind of divine wood was a supreme shackle for Yin spirits. As long as one was trapped inside, it would be difficult to escape. According to legend, this was the seed of death condensed after immortals died and turned into underworld demons. It was a strange wood that grew after being watered with phoenix blood. It specialized in subduing in spirits. It had a great origin and was the only one in the world. There wouldn't be a second one. Just like the immortal medicine, each one was unique. This kind of blood would have been circulated before. It was said that it could be used to refine all kinds of evil weapons. It was very terrifying and left behind indelible pain for the gods of the past. The iron chains in the cage clanked and clashed against the bloodwood, creating a string of sparks. It was clear how sturdy it was. Even divine weapons couldn't damage it in the slightest. There was an old man among them with white hair draped over his shoulders. His hands and feet were covered in heavy shackles that were connected to the bloodwood cage. There were also many divine needles on his body. The divine needles were made from the bloodwood and were more than half a foot long. They were all deeply pierced into this person's body. This was a kind of restriction to ensure that he couldn't break free and cause trouble. Who was this person? Everyone was speculating that a prisoner who could be escorted by the underworld with such a large army must have a great background. Furthermore, since the underworld has made such a statement, they must be very confident in using this person to exterminate Yitong and the others. Everyone knew that the underworld had collected the strongest corpses since the beginning of time. For this person to be treated in such a manner, it was likely that his identity was extremely heaven-defying. He was an outstanding figure in the history of cultivation. "War slave! Kill him!" the ghost marshal shouted. There was a magical artifact in his hand that was shining brilliantly like a compass. He gently spun it, and the divine needles on the white-haired man's body all jumped out, entering the compass. Crack! Some of the iron chains on the war slave's body broke, and a powerful aura rushed out like a sea of stars, shaking the starry sky and causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. No one had expected him to be so powerful. He had only just unsealed himself, yet he had already released such a vast and mighty aura. This was not the fluctuation of the laws, but the release of a type of source energy from his physical body. It covered heaven and earth like a great wave, sending even the saints in the distance flying, unable to approach. This was a type of great power. Walala! There were still shackles on his hands and feet that had never truly been undone. They were incomparably heavy, but the parts that were connected to the cage had already been broken. This person stood up. His figure was actually extremely tall and large. When he walked out from the cage, his white hair scattered behind him. He was like a monolith that towered in the starry sky, possessing an undying aura. Auho! Suddenly, he roared towards the sky. His head of white hair danced about chaotically, revealing his true appearance. During this process, it was unknown just how many saints spat out large mouthfuls of blood, their bodies violently shaking. They had already retreated far enough, but they were still affected. Every single one of them was shocked. This person's origins and power might be even more terrifying than what they had imagined. His snow-white face was covered in wrinkles, but one could still make out the outline of his past self. Resolute, cold, conceited, and extraordinary. When he was young, he was a tall and heroic man. Even though he had aged, his heroic appearance still hadn't decreased in the slightest. An ancient corpse that hasn't completely awakened, yet his blood energy hasn't declined. So strange, how did he preserve it? Everyone was shocked. The tall and large elder's eyes contained a bloody mist and haze. It wasn't very clear, but it was more like interweaving blood electricity. It was chaotic, manic, and possessed a world-destroying aura. The compass in the ghost marshal's hand released blazing radiance. He shouted, "Kill him!" Then he disappeared from his original location. Everyone was moved. Just how powerful was this white-haired ancient person? No one could say for sure. They couldn't see through him at all. There were no fluctuations of magical power, only the most fundamental origin force of the flesh. It was just like the past Yifan, relying on this type of instinct to fight the heroes of this world. Dong! He took a step forward. The cosmos was crushed under his feet, and the stars in all directions were trembling. He stared intently at Komatsu as he walked forward. "Youngster, hurry and leave. This person's cultivation is clearly higher than yours. He most likely has a supreme being bloodline from the past, long-reaching great success and reaching the peak. Someone shouted from behind. Many people had a good impression of this easily embarrassed and bashful youngster. They didn't want anything to happen to him, so they spoke out to advise him. Komatsu didn't retreat. The great sage between his brows released a radiance, and a precious wheel appeared. It shone with world-shaking light as he softly called out, "Uncle, what happened to you? Hurry and wake up." Many people revealed doubtful expressions. It was like a special secret technique that could stir up one's soul. Many people felt as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. Everyone in the underworld was startled, and then they revealed expressions of shock. This youngster was too extraordinary. What kind of scripture secret technique did he grasp? Everyone couldn't help but look towards his Tao pagoda. At this moment, the 5th floor was especially resplendent. It flowed with immortal light and blossomed with auspicious colors. Inside, there was a person sitting cross-legged chanting scriptures. It supported Komatsu's body, causing the precious wheel between his brows to burn even more brilliantly. It released waves of draconic cries. "This is Fushi the Great's dragon roar Tao roar." The ghost marshal was shocked. He simply couldn't believe all of this. His face was a bit pale. This greatly affected the ancient corpses, especially for these muddle-headed war slaves who were about to awaken. It was like a bright lamp guiding them. Everyone was shocked. A few powerful cultivators looked towards the divine mark purple golden pagoda with fiery eyes. This was truly a heaven-defying item. It definitely wasn't as simple as a damaged scripture. The 5th floor of the pagoda shone. Scriptures flickered and densely covered the void. Meanwhile, the other 8 floors also had illusory figures sitting cross-legged. They were all damaged scriptures. Where did this youngster come from? What historical sites did he go to? He actually relied on the spiritual and immortal Tao pagoda to obtain so many scriptures. It was truly astonishing. Boom! The white-haired elder rushed forward. With each step, the sky collapsed and countless large cracks appeared. It was as if a deity had descended into the world. Nothing in this world could stop him. "Uncle, hurry and wake up," Komatsu's tender voice echoed. The precious wheel between his eyebrows shone even more brilliantly. Moreover, the 5th floor of the purple golden pagoda was connected to him. The light that descended turned into a flowing, multicolored light, making the space between his eyebrows even more resplendent. The blood lightning in the elder's eyes receded a bit. His steps slowed down and his face was a bit vacant. He revealed a trace of doubt and then couldn't help but roar towards the sky. The pagoda sensed something. The 9 floors simultaneously ignited and purple energy rose, trembled, wailed, and called out. It seemed to have an indescribable connection with the elder in front of it. "My pagoda!" Suddenly, the elder spat out these 3 words. Even though his words were unclear, they were still heard by others. Everyone couldn't help but be horrified. Even the Een soldiers and generals felt that the situation was far from reassuring. They retreated like the tide. Who exactly was this person? Komatsu chanted scriptures. A dragon roar came from his mouth, and it was even mixed with Buddhist chanting. The ancient pagoda's floors all shone. He used all kinds of world-shocking divine abilities to awaken the elder. There was not a bit of killing intent, not a bit of fierceness. There was only a pure heart that was filled with sincerity. A pure and flawless state of mind spread out like the silent spring rain. Specks of light scattered down and entered the elder's head. His irritation and viciousness all dissipated, and he gradually regained his calmness. Fighting alone at the edge of the world, a hero's life. I've lost. There was confusion in his eyes, but there was also relief. It was very complicated, and he temporarily calmed down. There wasn't much to say, but it was enough to make people think. One of the old sages let out a strange cry and said, "I know who he is. Only he can be so powerful. He's Gushi now." As soon as these words were spoken, this place was in an uproar. Many people knew this name. His name had once shaken the universe and made a name for himself. He had only been defeated once in his life, but it wasn't shameful. This was because he was known as the only person on the Emperor's path who could fight to the death with the Azure Emperor. He had once drawn the most resplendent light in the sky of history 10 or 20,000 years ago. How powerful was the Azure Emperor? He had shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. He had never been defeated in his life, and whenever he met an opponent, he would sweep through them. The only obstacle in his way was Gu Xinao, who had fought a great battle. If Yi Fan was here, he would definitely not be unfamiliar with this name. Gu Xinao was a legendary character in the Eternal Star domain, and he had heard of him before. He had been raised as a war slave by the Eternal Star domain in order to extract the strongest blood from his body. In the end, he had been beaten out by Gu Xinao, causing the Eternal Star domain to suffer terrifying losses. In the end, the Eternal Star domain had to lower its head to him. Some people had said that Yi Fan might become the second Gu Xinao. Now, this character from countless years ago had appeared again. He fought against the Azure Emperor before he attained the Tao. He was defeated, but he didn't die. He went to cultivate again, and it was said that he created a great technique to transform his damaged body. However, after he went into seclusion, he never appeared again. Someone sighed. The past floated up in everyone's minds. Everyone sighed. This was the Gu Xinao of the past. He was a resolute, confident, and unrivaled person. He was an opponent that even the Azure Emperor had to take seriously on the Emperor's path. No wonder he was so strong. No wonder he was so terrifying. No wonder he could create such terrifying fluctuations after just releasing the source energy of his physical body. I left this tower for my descendants. Clearly, the Gu Xinao of today was no longer the Gu Xinao of the past. This was because the Azure Emperor had died, and he had passed away many years ago. Only fragments of his divine sense were left in his empty sea of consciousness. It was precisely these fragmented memories that made him look at Komatsu with a very gentle gaze, filled with intimacy. "Uncle, I picked up this tower. It was left behind by a deceased quasi-emperor," Komatsu said softly. He did not lie to this old man whose divine sense was in chaos and only had his instincts. Gu Xinao had now developed some spiritual intelligence. He was not as uncommunicable as others thought. Occasionally, he would have a flash of inspiration. The heart of a pure child cannot be locked by worldly affairs. The so-called approaching immortality is to be reborn after the dust is gone. The old man's gaze became increasingly gentle, but tears also fell. It was unknown whether they were for himself or for the fate of his descendants. Everyone was shocked. This was the Gu Xinao of the past. However, after the battle with the Azure Emperor, could it be that he had really recovered his memories? Why was it that he was becoming more and more human-like? Boom! Suddenly, Gu Xinao turned around and faced the hundreds of thousands of Nether soldiers. He raised his palm and pressed forward. "War slaves return!" the Ghost Marshal shouted in horror. Komatsu sat cross-legged in the void. The treasure wheel between his eyebrows flickered as he chanted an incantation with a dragon roar. Gu Xinao sank into the army of the underworld. This place collapsed, and the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the underworld were completely wiped out. On this day, the starry sky shook. A simple and pure youth who would blush when he spoke brought Gu Xinao with him as he headed toward the celestial court. When everyone in the universe learned of this, a huge earthquake occurred. Chapter 1690. "Uncle, I'm here to see Master." After the youth entered the celestial court, his timid voice drove Li Tian crazy. How did he become an uncle? This was a huge blow to him. He had always thought of himself as a distinguished and elegant man, someone who had never been touched by a single flower, someone who was handsome and unrestrained. But today he was called old. The group laughed. Inside the headquarters of the celestial court, strange flowers were in full bloom. There were waterfalls and springs on the mountain. There were floating islands in the sky, clouds and mist. Purple mist rose from the bottom of the cliff. Orchids grew together, cheilants appeared, and phoenixes flew high in the sky. Their long feathers were like rainbows. There was even a dragon swooping down, roaring between the clouds. "Uncle, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." Komatsu bowed his head and apologized weakly. His beautiful face was flushed. Li Tian didn't like it. Am I that old? Call me Uncle Master, not Uncle. Isn't it the same? Komatsu was confused. It's obviously different, okay? Li Tian was going crazy. You're so cute. You must have been a girl in your previous life. Hua walked over and laughed at the young Komatsu. You must have been a boy in your previous life. Komatsu smiled shyly. Hua's laughter stopped. Why did it sound so awkward? Was he a girl in his previous life? Why did it sound like that? Is it really senior brother Komatsu? Zhang Qingyang and Long Yuxuan ran over excitedly. They had been separated for so many years, but they rushed over as soon as they heard the news. It's me. Komatsu's voice wasn't loud. No matter how you looked at him, he seemed like a child. He didn't seem like a senior brother. It's really that. Flower, who had suffered a setback, widened his eyes. He stared at the intelligent and unbelievably beautiful youth in front of him. He really wanted to say, is this really the cute and adorable little purple squirrel from back then? He had seen him when he left Earth. That was his second senior brother. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Longma pressed his hoof on Hua's shiny bald head. Hua screamed in pain, but when he saw that it was Longma, he didn't say anything. This was a hatchet man. If you provoked him, don't expect him to stop for half a month. Although he wasn't a good person, he still couldn't handle a master. At this time, the Black Emperor also came forward, and he was even more unrestrained. A big black claw pulled Hua's bald head to the side, and his face was filled with shock as he sized up Komatsu. There's really such a person in the mortal world. Dust is different. His immortal foundation is like a mirror, unchanging from start to finish. The Black Emperor mumbled as he stared at Komatsu with his eyes wide open. Everyone could sense the strength of Komatsu's soul. Opening their heaven eyes, they could sense that the space between his eyebrows was pure and flawless, like a piece of crystal. The demonic human arrived and said, there is a type of people who live for hundreds of years as if they were a single day. They cut off the noise of the mortal world. Time doesn't leave a mark on their consciousness. Even when they die in meditation, they are still pure and innocent. The words of the demonic human naturally caused everyone to be shocked. There was a saying in the cultivation world. After living for a very long period of time, cultivators would sever themselves, severing themselves from the mortal world, severing all distractions, allowing their immortal foundation to return to a state of peace. Their Tao heart would be as one, returning to the state of a pure and innocent child. This way, they would be able to prolong their lifespan and resolve the corrosion of time. That wasn't a transformation of the fleshly body. It was a rebirth of the primordial spirit, allowing them to maintain the purity of their immortal foundation. They wouldn't be entangled by love, hate, emotions, or other worldly matters, leaving behind only a heart that pursued the Tao. It was said that many people who lived a second life would have such an experience. How old was Komatsu now? Just like that, he managed to reach this step, causing everyone to sigh in admiration. He had never lost such a simple heart, and had always been like this. Being stared at by so many people, Komatsu's face naturally turned red, causing many people to want to pinch him. They truly felt that he was a little cute. The first to stretch out her devil claw was Hua. She was very unlucky and was trampled by Longma. Call me senior brother. You are just a mistress. Buddha Amitba. Damn, Uncle Ma, your words are too rude. Hua was incomparably angry. Child, can I take a look at you? The demonic human spoke. Sure, old uncle. Komatsu didn't put up any defenses and had a pure and innocent nature. But even so, he could sense who was friendly to him and who was dangerous to him. The demonic human acted. Komatsu's immortal foundation shone with a fiery light. Everyone could see that his immortal foundation was simply too sparkling and translucent. All worldly matters faded away, leaving no traces behind. Senior brother, you couldn't have forgotten about us, right? You actually didn't leave any traces? Hua asked in shock. No, I still remember. Back then when we left Earth, You were crying with your buttocks bare and your eyes were filled with tears. Komatsu seriously spoke. Ugh! Hua Hua felt extremely embarrassed and hurriedly interjected, not allowing him to continue speaking. The group of people all laughed uproariously. Hua Hua's face turned red as she retreated in embarrassment, not wanting to be mocked by these people. How strange. There's a strange fluctuation that's automatically cleansing his immortal foundation, causing his Tao heart to be pure and untainted by the mortal world. This energy allowed his heart and consciousness to remain unchanged. The demonic human spoke after observing for a long time. Everyone was shocked. Komatsu was truly very mysterious. This situation might have something to do with his heart and the arts he cultivates. The Black Emperor pondered. It had once followed immortal Emperor Wuxia and definitely had the right to speak. When Komatsu took out his violet gold pagoda, everyone was dumbfounded. When they saw a figure sitting cross-legged on each of the 9 levels of the pagoda chanting sutras, all of them completely lost their temper. As expected, the demonic human and the Black Emperor's appraisal had a great connection to these sutras. There might even be incomplete sutras of emperors among them. In addition, the majority of these sutras were immortal foundation scriptures. In addition to Komatsu's pure and innocent personality, this created a pure and innocent child who could maintain his immortal foundation. He would forget all the mundane matters of the mortal world, but the people related to him would forever be remembered in his heart. Komatsu is very adorable. At this moment, a little girl of 2 to 3 years of age walked over from the back of the crowd. She inclined her head and blinked her large eyes as she stared at Komatsu. Everyone turned their heads and smiled, their eyes filled with doting love. Little Nan Nan had come. She was the most beloved little princess of the celestial court. She was very serious in her appraisal. Her little face was flushed red like a big apple, causing those who looked at her to want to take a bite. This place was filled with warmth. Everyone was filled with good impressions of this young man. He was truly very simple, and his unique cultivation method gave many people inspiration. A pure and flawless child, a shy young man, and a powerful quasi-emperor. All of these were gathered on him, causing his demeanor to be breathtaking. Everyone knew that his future was limitless. This was a piece of unpolished gold and unpolished jade. The Black Emperor was drooling, but no matter how he tried to swindle and deceive Komatsu, he wouldn't be able to move Komatsu's heart. The sincere words of the young man would cause the Black Emperor's face to turn red every time. This was the first time he felt that he couldn't bring himself to do it. Komatsu's arrival was a great boost to the morale of the celestial court. This was especially so since he had brought a supreme expert with him. Even though the experts of the celestial court were as common as the clouds, they were still incomparably fearful of this person. Even the human devil old man paced back and forth, circling around him. It was rare that he didn't have an appetite for an entire day, so he turned around and went hunting in the starry skies. When they understood this person's origins, the heavenly court was silent, and then it immediately erupted with commotion. This was a genius who could fight against Qing Di in the past, the only unparalleled expert who could fight against Qing Di on the Emperor's path back then. Just the thought alone was enough to shock everyone. The passage of time hadn't completely obliterated him, leaving behind a corpse. Although he was no longer the person he used to be, his unparalleled physical body still existed. The current him was muddle-headed. He had developed a bit of spiritual intelligence, but he still couldn't see his true self. Only by following at Xiao Song's side could he calm down. Otherwise, he would become a killing machine, an unrivaled death god. Komatsu is too powerful. He actually managed to attract such a talent. I think the underworld will definitely be in an uproar. They'll go crazy from heartache. Carefree laughter rang out in the celestial court. Everyone was incomparably excited and happy. The news naturally shocked the entire universe. All the cultivators in the universe were discussing it. Now, many people knew that another child with heavenly talent had appeared in the celestial court. He was the second disciple of Yi Fan, a quasi-emperor. One sect had 3 quasi-emperors. In the future, there might be 4 quasi-emperor, 5 quasi-emperor. Everyone was astonished. It was comparable to the era when the great emperor and the primordial emperor were alive. Only when their children lived with their father would it be like this. One sect had several quasi-emperor, and when such a thing happened, it was destined to be the most glorious peak of this clan. Now, the celestial court had already stepped on this path. In the future, it might be in their hands. As long as a peerless expert appeared, able to rival the undying empress and the woodcutter old man, then no one would dare to offend the celestial court. The general trend would be formed. Gu Xian, the strongest war slave that could fight against Emperor Qing, is leaving just like that? A terrifying roar came from the underworld. Not only Yen Luodian, but Underworld Emperor Palace and Prison Suppression Hall were also like this. It was full of violent storms. The leaders of the underworld were furious. Gu Xian was the strongest war slave they had obtained in the past tens of thousands of years. Once he awakened, he could be nurtured into an unrivaled butcher's knife. No one could compete with him. The underworld is really getting worse with each generation. If this continues, we might as well devour all the Een spirits. What a mortal god corpse. Everything is useless. The leaders of the underworld were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They wanted nothing more than to awaken the sleeping supreme being and bathe the starry skies in blood. This time it was really too sullen. Hundreds of thousands of Een soldiers were annihilated, helping others in vain. They lost an unrivaled war god just like that. This was a type of humiliation. If word got out, it would be a joke. Who were they? It was the underworld that caused the collapse of the celestial court. It caused the gods to feel incomparable pain. There wasn't a single person in the world who didn't tremble at the mention of them. But now, their faces were slapped and stepped on, swollen like a pig's head. Within the underworld, black demonic clouds surged. Blood-colored lightning danced, and a rain of blood poured down. It was incomparably terrifying. Meanwhile, the celestial court was filled with cheers and laughter. The only regret was that Yi Fan wasn't here. Everyone came out to meet Komatsu. Ji Ziyue also came with Little Purple. "Greetings, mistress." Komatsu bowed solemnly. "I've always heard your master talk about you, but he didn't dare to go over. He was afraid that the flames of war would burn his hometown. Finally, I've met you." Ji Ziyue also liked Komatsu a lot. She smiled and helped him up. "Little brother, wear purple. I'm called Little Purple. It's the same." Little Purple, who was only 1 year old, woke up. Her speech was unclear, like a porcelain doll. She stretched out a pair of small hands and said to Komatsu, "Hug me. Senior brother, you're really fated with children." I wanted to hug Little Purple back then, but she refused no matter what. She kept scratching my bald head. Hua Hua said indignantly. When Komatsu carried Little Purple, the little girl wasn't shy at all. She stretched out her arms and legs like she was climbing a tree. She shouted, "Little brother seems to smell good." Moreover, with a smack, she bit Komatsu, leaving a lot of saliva. Her pink and tender appearance immediately caused everyone to laugh together. Chapter 1691. A giant phoenix nest floated in the cosmos. It was shrouded in mist and full of pressure. A clear but dignified voice reverberated inside. "Have you found the first divine general?" "Empress, we have not found him yet. We have already gone to his hometown to see if there are any traces of him there. However, his tomb is empty." Someone knelt down and reported. Did the underworld dig up his corpse? Or perhaps he has already transformed into the Tao. The woman's voice was a bit tired. After the battle with the woodcutter, she had recuperated for many years. Her Tao injuries had yet to recover. The person below reported seriously. The underworld is extinct there and seems to be quite fearful of it. In addition, his descendants are all alive and well. We found that an invisible hand had once protected the race and killed the quasi-emperor. That means he might still be alive and sleeping until now. The undying Heaven Empress pondered. In the Phoenix Nest, the other 2 thrones were occupied by the Sun Moon Divine General and Kuan-Tian Divine General. They had recovered quite a bit and were even stronger than 20 years ago. The glory of the archaic era was reappearing. The first divine general has the bearing of an ancient emperor. If not for the heavenly emperor achieving the Tao, ruling over the world and suppressing the myriad Taos, he might have taken that step. The Sun-Moon divine general said. In his opinion, even if all of them had died, the first divine general shouldn't have passed away quietly. He understood that person very well, so how could he be willing? This person would definitely take a gamble and take that step. Whether it was a success or failure, it would be world-shaking. Yes, the first divine general is too powerful. There are also rumors that after he went into seclusion, he might have been reborn and underwent an incomprehensible transformation. He wanted to fight against the heavenly emperor. Kuan-Tian divine general said. All of them suspected that the first divine general might still be alive. Even the undying heaven emperor couldn't completely overshadow such a person. It was impossible for him to die an ordinary death. That was because he was too powerful. His radiance was resplendent and peerless. Compared to him, the sun was like a firefly. In that era, he was the #1 god under the undying heaven emperor. When he went into seclusion, he still had half of his lifespan left. He wasn't past his prime. He had the time, energy, and ability to take a gamble in life. The undying heaven empress faintly sighed and didn't say anything. Divine General Kuan-Tian sensed something and immediately stopped talking. The Sun-Moon divine general was rebellious. He had a head full of silver hair and looked very young. However, he did not say much at this moment and chose to remain silent. Because they were people of that era, they had heard some legends. The Empress of Heaven seemed to have a past with the first godly general. It was just that one of them became the Empress, and the other became the first godly general. "I hope he's still alive," said the undying Heaven Empress. Then her tone became serious. Although her voice was still clear and melodious, there was a murderous intent that caused the entire dynasty to tremble. Huge cracks appeared in the void of the universe. She said, "The son of the heavenly emperor was killed by the holy physique Yi Fan and the bloodline of the heavenly emperor. Although he isn't my biological son, he should still call me mother. This debt can't be ignored. If any of you have the time, go kill a few people." The underworld has confronted them and an intense conflict has broken out. We will move at the right time, but we have to avoid that little girl. We suspect that she is. Do as you see fit. So what if it's her? In the end, we still don't know who it is that is threatening the eternal heroes. She might not be able to claim supremacy. It will be revealed in the future, said the undying Heaven Empress coldly. In the celestial court, on a divine island floating in the air, Yi Tong and Komatsu were discussing the Tao. Yang Shi and Hua Hua were listening on the side and were both very intoxicated. Here, Tao flowers bloomed one after another and tens of thousands of auspicious lights filled the sky. Everyone sighed in admiration. These two geniuses were truly heaven-defying. Although the paths they walked were different, the great Tao was the simplest. Different paths led to the same destination. The topmost domains would eventually resonate and converge towards a single point. I have to find a chance to cross the tribulation. Otherwise, I will be unworthy of my position as senior uncle, said Pang Bo. When the Black Emperor heard this, he was extremely thick-skinned and nonchalantly said, "What's the rush? Didn't you see how steady the Wunchang patriarch is? He will only consider severing his Tao 500 years later. His foundation is truly solid. Tonight, I will treat everyone to dog meat hot pot." The ridiculed Zhang Wunchang was not someone who could be bullied easily. He smiled and invited the people of the celestial court. "All right, we will definitely come," the group replied. Woof! On the divine island, Komatsu suddenly sensed something. He frowned and turned to look at Gu Exian. This peerless ruler who had fought against the Azure Emperor in the past had white hair draped over his shoulders. At this moment, his eyes were like torches as he looked into the distance, as if he had sensed something. Senior Gu's instincts are still there, as expected of a peerless expert who could fight against the Azure Emperor. He sensed that a supreme expert was looking at the celestial court, said Komatsu. Yitong nodded and said, "That's right. A terrifying figure has arrived. There is still someone who dares to covet the celestial court?" Let's kill our way out. Yang, she said. He was a battle-hungry madman. Now that his sacred bloodline had awakened, he was filled with pride. He was never afraid of challenges. The Black Emperor and the others flew over. With a wave of his hand, they took Gu Xian with them. Afterwards, the space there ripped open silently, opened with the chessboard formation, and they immediately entered the battlefield in the distance. Boom! On this day, a great battle erupted outside the celestial court. The unknown expert from the underworld was extremely terrifying, but in the end, his body exploded. He was cornered by Yi Fan's disciples. At the same time, Gu Xian struck out, but he did not target the people of the underworld. Instead, he pressed his palm towards the space there and destroyed a region of stars. What? Kuan Tian is injured? The white-haired battle slave of the celestial court is actually so powerful? The divine general of the sun and moon was surprised in the phoenix nest. I've been careless. If he still has the senses of his soul, he's no weaker than us when we were at our peak. He's very terrifying. Kuan Tian coughed up a few large mouthfuls of blood. It was very difficult for him to return alive. Obviously, there was no such thing as an airtight wall. The revenge of the underworld and the assassination of the celestial court in the phoenix nest all suffered terrifying counterattacks, throwing the outer space into an uproar once again. The universe became more and more tense. The underworld, God's organization, the Tao Palace, and the Empire stood side by side, and now there was the possible rise of the celestial court. The 5 great organizations enveloped the entire universe, filling it with far too many variables. This was a special period of time. It was suffocatingly heavy, as if a storm was about to come, and this was only the moment of peace before the storm. Once it erupted, there would definitely be a rain of blood and lightning that would shatter the universe. Everyone could already foresee a terrifying, chaotic war. Perhaps even the universe would be destroyed. Everyone was waiting for the darkness before them, waiting for a storm. A few large organizations began to migrate, avoiding their homelands and venturing into the desolate border. In this chaotic world, survival was the most important task. There was no need to talk about hegemony or longevity. If they were killed in the chaos, everything would be a joke. The oppressive atmosphere was so tense that it could make people faint. A great war was about to begin, and the most eye-catching were naturally the peerless experts. There was no need to mention the underworld. It was rumored that there was an ancient supreme being in hibernation. God's organization was a remnant of the ancient heaven, so there was bound to be a supreme being overseeing it. Otherwise, how could they oppose the underworld? And the undying empress, the woodcutter old man, and the others were even more peerless. If they really fought to the death, who could compete with them? No matter how one looked at it, the celestial court was currently the weakest. There was no invincible figure in the world. Yi Fan's great achievements were within reach. Once he reached that step, it would not be a problem for him to sweep through the world. But did he still have time? After all, Gu Xinjiao had passed away a long time ago. A physical body would definitely not be able to contend against someone who was about to become a Taoist. The other 4 colossal organizations were all peerless experts. If they really wanted to make a move, who would give him the time? They would definitely strike like thunder and launch an attack to kill him. The Great War was about to begin, and the most eye-catching one would definitely be the great battle between the peerless experts. Where was Yi Fan? Would he still be able to reach great achievements in time? All the great powers of the universe were speculating and paying attention. This was a legendary era, and it was inevitable that the heavens would be torn apart. In the depths of the universe, Yi Fan let out a long roar. He cultivated along the way and traveled through the heavens. He observed the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, comprehended the laws of nature, and comprehended the mysteries of all things at the beginning. He read the ancient scriptures of various emperors, and with the Void Emperor and Yehuang as companions, many figures walked out from the scriptures to fight against him. Even though he had gained a lot along the way and his strength advanced by leaps and bounds, it was easier said than done to reach the heavens in a single step and touch the edge of the Emperor's Tao. It was even harder than creating a clear sky. This was a divine sea. It was unknown how it was left behind, but it was completely golden and boundless. The sun, moon, and stars would fall into the sea from time to time. This kind of miraculous scene was truly rare. Yifan was moved. There was a powerful energy fluctuation in this divine sea. He stopped here and treated it as an ideal place for seclusion. I want to become stronger. I want to become even stronger. Even though he was traveling and comprehending his own Tao, he still knew what was happening in the outside world. He understood that the celestial court needed an exceptional expert to come into being. It wasn't for the sake of saving and Miaoi, but rather to protect the celestial court. He had to break through as well. No one knew what kind of terrifying things would happen in this world. My Tao, my laws, my path. Yifan sat in front of the golden divine sea, close to going crazy. Time wouldn't wait for him, and he needed to immediately become stronger. And Miaoi had fallen into the underworld, and only heaven knew what would happen there. He didn't ask for anything else. He only wished to save her. The celestial court had so many loved ones and friends, so they needed him to become stronger even more. Otherwise, those 4 colossal existences could crush over at any time. If a supreme being truly appeared, even the little girl wouldn't be able to be saved. However, the more anxious he was, the more difficult it was for Yifan to break through. He sat here for 3 days and his head directly turned white. His gray hair scattered about, as if he had aged 10,000 years in an instant. Why can't I break through? Why can't I take another great step forward? Yifan opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was too impatient for success, messing up his state of mind, stirring up a heart demon, injuring himself. I have to calm down, not lose my original heart. My Tao is on guard. Yifan calmed his state of mind. Many ancient scriptures in his body resonated, several great secret realms shining, emptying his mind. He severed all of his obsessions, producing the Tao with a single thought. Then he became motionless, his entire body withered and silent. He entered a type of long contemplation, becoming one with the void, becoming a part of nothingness. Time flowed on, unknown how many years had passed. That day his mind trembled. He opened his eyes, sensing a type of indescribable aura. Why was this world so desolate and silent? That golden divine sea was dried up, those stars all extinguished. The universe was in ruins, already in ruins. What was going on? What happened? Yifan was alarmed. How long have I been sitting here for? Why do I feel like I've lost a great deal of time? Yifan trembled. He could sense how powerful he had become after advancing to the extreme, the blood within his body surging like violent dragons. He dared fight against ancient supreme beings. However, why did the environment of the universe change so much? He reached out his hand, seeing that there were wrinkles on it, the flesh no longer sparkling, lacking luster. Yifan got up. He moved through the void, and then a precious mirror appeared, reflecting his true appearance. White hair scattered over his shoulders, the passage of time engraved streak after streak of traces on his face. He was no longer young, already aging. There was sea-like power within his body, able to contain the endless blue skies, able to fight a decisive battle against supreme beings, the Tao covering the heavens. However, just how many years had passed? How could it be like this? Chapter 1692. Time passed and the years became stronger. Everything he saw was ruined. What had happened? Yifan's body went cold. How many years had he lost? Was this still him? The white hair of the person in the bronze mirror was scattered. Even though his body was still perfectly straight, there were many traces of time left on his face. He was no longer young. Even his divine body had aged. How terrifying was this period of time? He had lost it. I don't believe it. Yifan believed that this was a dream and not a real scene. Otherwise, it would be too terrifying. The world was vast and boundless. The divine body had aged for 10,000 years. Who else could he see in this world? His right hand's finger slid across his left wrist. Blood flowed and pain spread through his body. This was not a dream. Everything was real. Yifan's primordial spirit left his body. The fist-sized golden figure instantly broke through the barriers of time and space. He gazed into the boundless void of the universe. Everything he saw was desolation and destruction. The cold universe seemed to have died. There was nothing left. Nothing could be seen. The stars were forever dim and completely extinguished. He didn't know what kind of terrifying battle had happened in these 10,000 years. The universe had actually become like this. Yifan's heart was in pain. He still couldn't believe this result. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? This was unimaginable. Looking at the wrinkled face of the old man in the mirror, his heart was pounding. If so many years had passed, then all of his family and friends would no longer be here. Even that adorable daughter who had just been born and was no more than 1 year old would have long returned to the yellow earth. If this was real, he felt suffocated. The tender little purple and the 1-year-old little muddle liked to stick to him. However, they didn't stay by his side for long. They had always been separated, and now this was the result. Yifan let out a long roar. He couldn't accept this. He looked at the golden divine sea that was about to dry up and disappear. He jumped into the sky and crossed the galaxy, rushing towards the former celestial court. Yifan continuously told himself that this was an illusion and not real. However, the pain in his body and the coldness of his primordial spirit proved that this was not a dream. He wanted to go crazy. How could this be? I cannot accept this. The entire universe reverberated with his majestic roar, causing some broken stars to explode one after another, causing the dark universe to become even colder. He traversed through the starry sky. With every step he took, a star would disappear beneath his feet. This type of Tao and magic was so strong that a single thought could destroy the entire world. However, he didn't feel happy at all. Along the way, all he saw were ruins. There wasn't a single intact starry sky. Many stars had shattered, and cosmic dust floated about. Occasionally, there would be blood, broken bones, and weapon fragments. It was cold and chilly. Yifan refused to admit it, but his heart was already in a tearing pain. This was not an illusion. A terrifying war had taken place thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. This part of the universe had been destroyed, but he had missed it. Along the way, he did not see a single living creature. Everywhere was deathly stillness. Finally, he neared the star field where the headquarters of the celestial court was located. His heart became cold. This place was in ruins. The stars had all shattered, and as for those divine islands floating in the air, they had all turned into dust. Yifan rushed into the depths like a madman. He didn't leave anyone behind. He didn't discover that this place had long since become ruins. There was only blood and rubble. No! Yifan roared in grief. He really saw the result. His entire body was trembling. He clenched his fists tightly and his face was pale. All hope was shattered. The celestial court no longer existed. He wanted to find something, but in the end, there was no trace at all. Trace the source. Yifan roared like a madman. With a roar, the starry sky collapsed. This place was immediately enveloped by primal chaos. He saw many broken scenes and shouts of war shook the heavens. The celestial soldiers and generals were charging and breaking out of the encirclement. The Een spirit army was attacking, and blood flowed like rivers. There was also a huge phoenix nest floating above. The light that swept down caused the celestial generals to fall in large numbers. I'm going to stake it all against you. With a long roar, Pang Bo soared into the sky. His hair was disheveled, and the powerful pressure of the quasi-emperor shattered the starry sky. However, what awaited him was a large, merciless hand. In the direction of the underworld, an existence shrouded in black mist, like an ancient emperor, forcefully slapped over. There was only a mournful red left in the sky. Blood rained down, and Pang Bo disappeared forever. Uncle Pang Bo is also gone. Whoa! Bad people, return my uncle's life. Little Violet cried loudly as she stood helplessly on a divine island. She looked only a few years old and had never grown up at all. She was so young, and her face was full of tears. Just a few years after I left? Yifan's face was already full of tears. Was Pang Bo gone just like that? His entire body was trembling. Li Tian and Yen Ishi roared angrily. They went against the sky, and the goddess furnace in their hands emitted a blazing light. A sun flew out from it, and 9 divine phoenixes danced in the air. They turned into overflowing flames and rushed into the sky. They fought with their lives on the line, unwilling to accept such an ending. They fought with everything they had, throwing away life and death. However, it was of no use. The figure shrouded in black mist in the distance blasted over with a fist, and the jet-black palm directly slapped the divine furnace. Kacha! The goddess furnace shattered. Even if it was personally refined by the great emperor, it was still useless. At this time, it turned into hundreds of fragments, flying in all directions, unable to harm that person in the slightest. At the same time, Li Tian and Yen Ishi both cried out sorrowfully. The black hand pressed down, and inch by inch they were crushed from head to toe. Their flesh and bones turned into bloody mist, and they were erased from this world. Don't kill my uncle. 2 more people are gone. Little Violet knelt on the ground and cried loudly. This was a tragic scene. Yifan felt like a knife was twisting in his heart. He clenched his fists, and his whole body was trembling. His good brothers had died in battle just like this. How many years ago was this scene? It was probably 10,000 years ago. He roared in sorrow, and he hated that he couldn't tear open the void and return to that era to participate in the war. Yifan bit his mouth full of blood, and his fingers were clenched so tightly that they turned blue. His whole body was trembling. He had once gone through life and death with his brothers, and now he had to watch them die 10,000 years apart. His heart was in extreme pain and despair. Woo-woo! Little Violet cried loudly. She knelt there, and while shouting those familiar names from the celestial court, she used her little hands to dig up the ruins on the island. Yifan's heart trembled. There was a ruin beside Little Violet, and there was no trace of Ji Ziyue there. However, there was a bit of blood and a piece of purple clothing in the ruins. Yifan's body shook violently. Although he had already guessed the ending, he still couldn't help but feel his ears ringing. His heart was in extreme pain, and he staggered while crying sorrowfully. Ziyue. How could this be? The woman who once loved to laugh, the woman who waited for him under the starry sky for a long time, had left just like that. He didn't see the scene of her withering. There was only a corner of purple clothing and a bit of blood. This was even more cruel than seeing it. This was a tragic ending that was difficult to accept. This emperor will fight it out with you. A big black dog with blood dripping from its vertical eye between its eyebrows emitted a terrifying aura as it charged in the direction of the underworld. And this time, not only did the figure shrouded in black fog stretch out a large hand, even the blood-colored phoenix nest above the celestial court had a sparkling and translucent hand expand, reaching out and enveloping the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor had once followed Great Emperor Wuxia, and both the underworld and the Empire wanted to fight for it. Capturing it alive was the best choice, and perhaps they could find out the secrets of Great Emperor Wuxia. The Black Emperor smiled sorrowfully, but its eyes were filled with determination. The countless formation platforms around it all lit up, burning along with its body and jumping fiercely. Brat, you owe me an innate holy body Tao embryo. Otherwise, this group of monsters will all be blasted to pieces. After it finished roaring, it exploded between the 2 large hands, and thus the curtain fell. A child with a holy body? I want her. A clear and moving woman's voice came from the phoenix nest. A white hand reached out and grabbed Little Purple, who was only a few years old, wanting to take her into its hands. We need the bloodline of a holy body. This child can only be returned to the underworld. The people of the underworld responded coldly. I need her. The woman in the phoenix nest didn't let go. In order to restrain that woman's supreme Tao fruit, even the sleeping underworld emperor was forced to awaken. The underworld has paid so much. How can we allow others to pick the spoils of war? The person in the black fog responded coldly. Didn't you guys suppress a holy body? Is that not enough? Not enough. The 2 giants argued. On the divine island, Little Purple's face was full of tears. She cried loudly and laboriously moved the rubble on the ruins. Her little hands were bleeding from the friction. She kept calling out, "Mother, come back." Yifan's heart was bleeding. He growled in a low voice as hot tears rolled down his face. He didn't know how many years it had been since he last cried. Now he was so sorrowful. His family and friends were separated from them by 10,000 years. He wanted to take action, but he wasn't in that space-time. He howled in grief, unable to return to the past. He could only watch from a distance, hating but powerless. Boom! The heaven and earth exploded. The Empress in the Phoenix Nest and the giants of the underworld fought over Little Purple. They both wanted to take her. The waves were incomparably huge, shattering countless divine islands. Some stars even left their original trajectories, exploded or cracked. Two people with incomplete bodies crawled out from the ruins. One was covered in dazzling sunlight. He had lost the lower half of his body a long time ago and was bleeding. It was Yi Tong. He protected Little Purple behind him and rushed into the sky. The other had lost his right arm. Although his heart was bitter, his face was still peaceful. He used his only arm to carry Little Purple, coaxing her not to cry as he rushed into the distance. The sun exploded and a golden rain of light scattered. Yi Tong let out an unwilling roar that shook the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains. He no longer existed. Komatsu's body was burning. He wanted to tear open space and send the young Little Purple inside so that she could escape. That was actually the power of time. The beautiful youth was peerless at this moment, but he smiled bitterly. He sank into the flames and disappeared with the heaven and earth. Death. But how could the two giants in the sky allow Little Purple to escape? Yifan roared, tears flowing down his face. When he saw his two most beloved disciples, unable to display the brilliance they should have, withered away just like that, tears blurred his eyes. There was also Little Purple. She used to be so naughty and cute, but now she was so helpless. She stretched out her little hand. Was she calling for him? But now he could only watch like this. After 10,000 years, his heart was filled with guilt and pain. At this moment, he was filled with sorrow, hatred, and madness. Chapter 1693. Ah! Yifan was like a wounded beast. His white hair was a mess, and his eyes were bleeding and crying. His best friends had all died in battle, and his most beloved disciples had all withered away. And his daughter, she was so smart and cute. She was only a few years old, but she was struggling there, and there was no way forward. As for Ziyue, even after using the secret technique of tracing the source, she could not see the last scene. There was only a bit of blood in the remnant, and a corner of her purple dress. He felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart, and tears rolled down his cheeks. Yifan had never felt so miserable before. He hated himself so much. Why was he not by their side? He was separated by an entire generation. The heavens were cruel to let him see such a scene, and yet he could not participate in the battle. He was filled with a sense of helplessness. "Mother, don't leave me behind. Little Violet is scared." A tender voice rang out. The crack in the void closed, but she was not transported away. Because the two giant hands imprisoned eternity, no one could escape. No matter how hard Komatsu tried, he could not break through the crack in time and space. When Yifan saw those two large hands grab towards the void, covering that place, he closed his eyes. His tears were extremely salty, flowing into his mouth. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he was so tired. He could not help but cry. In the past, he had been sad and regretful, but he had never felt despair like this. "Father, where are you? Little Violet is scared. Mother is not here anymore." Woo! These tender words stabbed into Yifan's heart like a sharp knife. His whole body trembled, and he clenched his fists. Ah! Yifan roared in grief. He angrily attacked the sky, facing the two giant hands. He wanted to stop all of this. He could not tolerate anyone hurting his daughter. His fist shattered the sky, causing the two giant hands to shatter and disappear. But this was only the shattering of the scene, and not a battle that had transcended thousands of years. The final scene was fixed there. Little Violet was sobbing, her eyes wide and helpless, looking up at the sky. Just like that, everything shattered and disappeared. The future could not be seen, and the results could not be seen. Yifan could not bear to look at little Z for a second time. His heart was riddled with holes, and he had long been hurt to the point that he could not control himself. His fists were bleeding, and blue veins were bursting out of his skin. His power surged crazily, shaking up the cosmos, making this remnant tremble. Many stars that were split apart exploded even further. Yifan sang a sad song, filled with hatred and madness. He forcefully endured the pain, walking step by step towards the depths of the ruins. This was the pure land that he had once protected and lived in, but now there was nothing left. The rubble, broken weapons, and bloodstains all showed how tragic the battle was back then, and how miserable it was now. There was a mace under his feet that had been severed. Sadness flashed in his eyes. This was the weapon of the barbarians. This result was not surprising and was within his expectations. Since the celestial court had been destroyed, not many could survive. The friends who had once fought side by side, who had gone through thick and thin together, were all gone forever. Yifan was like a lonely soul, walking in the silent ruins. Hot tears rolled down his cheeks. He did not speak, nor did he make a sound. He did not want to stop and only wanted to keep walking. Why? He could not participate in the battle back then, and this regret could not be made up for. He wanted to cry, but it was choked in his throat. He wanted to roar, but when he opened his mouth, it was so hoarse. At this moment, he could only look at the ruins, silently bearing the pain as if his heart was being cut by a knife. How could this be? Yifan grabbed his hair. He began to hate himself. Why did he have to leave? Why did he go into seclusion for 10,000 years? Walking in the cold starry sky, he could not find the warmth of the past. Yifan was like a soulless person. He was muddle-headed, and his whole body was cold. This kind of injury was difficult to heal. He fell into deep self-blame. Why did he not accompany them? Why did he miss that battle? This was unforgivable. Yifan was in a daze. He tasted the bitterness in the loneliness, the torment in the silence. He kept walking forward, not wanting to stop. His heart was in pain, and his spirit was hurt. If he cried out loud, perhaps he would feel a bit better, but he could not do it. There were so many people, and they were all gone. Purple Moon's brilliant smile was buried under the ruins, leaving only bloodstains. Little Purple sobbed loudly, losing all of its playfulness. Pang Bo's majestic body could not withstand a strike from the underworld giant. All that was left was a patch of red. Yifan was like a puppet walking forward mechanically. Tears silently rolled down his cheeks. His heart was in such pain and discomfort. He could only watch helplessly, but he could not return to the past. He was like a ghost, lingering here for many days. There was no sun, no moon, only darkness, because everything had been shattered. In the end, Yifan was like a child. He knelt here and cried loudly. He was no longer young. His white hair was scattered, and his wrinkles were like knife scars. Time had left behind indelible scars on his body. He sat here for 10,000 years, and when he looked back, how much love, hate, sorrow, joy, and hatred had all been cast into the river of time. How could he accept this? How could he endure this? Yifan raised his head towards the heavens and howled in grief. He was like a lone wolf, howling alone in this blood-colored desolation. His white hair whistled about crazily, endless melancholy, endless sorrow. What kind of sorrow was this? After parting in the past, they could never meet again. They could only watch through time and space as the curtain of blood fell, powerless to do anything. Yifan sat here alone for many days. There were no tears, no words. Only after many days did he stand up. He used his great magical power to move stars from the depths of the starry sky, refining them, condensing them to a very small size. Then he piled them up, building a star tomb here, burying everything in the celestial court. Ruins, blood, broken bones. He did not know which belonged to his daughter, which belonged to Purple Moon, which belonged to his friends. There was only endless pain in his heart. Since the celestial court was destroyed and everyone died together in battle, then he would build a giant tomb so that everyone could forever be buried together under the endless starry sky. Then, Yi Fan resolutely turned around and walked towards the starry sky. He was going to fight. Where was the underworld? Where was the phoenix nest? The blood in Yi Fan's body rumbled and his battle intent surged. He wanted nothing more than to fight against the heavens and redeem everything from the past. Only he walked under the starry sky, yet he couldn't see a single person. Did all of the creatures die in battle? Many ancient stars were destroyed, including many ancient lands with life he had visited before. Could he not find a single person? In this boundless cosmos and endless star systems, there were only broken places and not complete ones. He wanted to find the underworld and the phoenix nest for revenge, but there was no gate to enter. Finally, he found an ancient land with life, but he didn't see a single expert. They could almost all be considered mortals. There were cultivators, but they couldn't rush out of this star and couldn't enter the cosmos at all. What was wrong with this world? Couldn't even find a single powerful cultivator? Yi Fan traversed the starry sky in search of the ancient lands of the past, but almost all of them were destroyed. He sensed the remnant fluctuations of the great emperor level. Was it another great war of darkness? Even if he occasionally found an ancient star with life, he couldn't see any saints or people of the same generation. This kind of world was so unfamiliar. He seemed to be out of tune with this world. The white-haired Yi Fan's aged face was filled with sadness. The end of an era. Did that mean that the previous era had become him? Yi Fan followed his memories and advanced towards the territory once ruled by the underworld. After an endless trek, he saw desolation and a large expanse of ruins. Even this place was destroyed. Was it the awakened little girl? Did she end up like this because of her battle with the emperor of the underworld and the other ancient supreme beings? Yi Fan's eyes swept over. He advanced forward. Even if he didn't know the exact location of the underworld, he still had to find some clues. Reality exceeded his expectations. When he entered a broken sea of stars, he saw an expanse of mist that enveloped the heavens. This was a vast underworld earth. The stars were like fireflies that would sink down from time to time. The underworld earth was broken, and there was a collapsed underworld gate. A broken bronze plaque soaked in the terrifying blood of an ancient emperor was half covered in dust. The two words underworld were written on it. It's here, but it's empty. After seeing this scene, Yi Fan didn't feel joy or excitement. There was only endless melancholy. Could he not even personally take revenge? All of his friends and loved ones had passed away. What meaning was there left for him to continue living? What supported him was only a wave of grief and indignation. He wanted to kill his way to the end and destroy the underworld and the phoenix nest. He walked alone, stepping over underworld earth, passing through it. This place had become ruins. He walked towards the starry sky again, treading on the heavenly path. Several decades later, he found the phoenix nest, but this nest had long been destroyed by someone. Everything is gone. Yi Fan didn't feel the joy of revenge. There was only endless sadness. How many past events could he forget? How many people could he never meet again after he missed them? He couldn't help but roar out. Everything had ended just like that. He couldn't see his old friends or enemies. At this moment, the entire world was boundless. He couldn't find a home to return to and felt extremely lonely. They're all gone. You all left me. Yi Fan laughed sorrowfully. He faced the heavens. His aged face was full of bitterness and pain. It was just a single seclusion, but it was even worse than the ancient legends. 7 days in the cave was already 1,000 years in the world. This saying was far from enough. 10,000 years had passed in an instant. His love and hatred, his joys and sorrows, his hatred and lust, they were all buried in the past. In this world, there was no longer a single person he knew. He went to the Big Dipper and entered the forbidden region of life. Yi Fan rushed towards the Big Dipper and arrived here. Unfortunately, it was still a remnant. The starry river here had long collapsed, and nothing could be seen. He was a lonely traveler. He walked for 100 years, and his body aged day by day. Even the underworld had disappeared, but his curse never appeared. He was aimless, without a future. It was difficult to see his old friends, and even his enemies had all died. These were the things he feared the most in the depths of his heart. Now it really happened. Is my life going to end here? Yifan was already completely disheartened. He felt that there was no meaning in living anymore. I can't accept this. I can't even protect little Purple. I can't even protect my good friends and wife. What kind of man am I? Yifan roared. He was originally already at a loss. His eyes were originally lifeless, but at this moment, his eyes suddenly became fierce. They flickered with a beam of light that could burn the 9 heavens. My life definitely shouldn't end here. My children, my friends, they shouldn't die like this. I want to break through the immortality, the end of longevity, and ask the heavens for an explanation. Chapter 1694. Yifan couldn't accept this, finding it hard to accept this reality. How could he forget those years? The brothers who risked life and death together, their blood and sweat dried up, fighting Big Dipper side by side, ascending the path to heaven, those who went through life and death together, establishing the celestial court, yet now they left him one after another, 10,000 years separating them. How could he let this go? Little Purple still hadn't grown up. She was just that cute, young and weak, yet she withered away so early. There was also Purple Moon. She let him down too much. Even before her death, only a corner of her clothes could be seen, specks of blood covering the ruins. Lives that shouldn't have withered away, faces that were full of life, disappeared just like that, disappearing. The radiance in Yifan's eyes were like 2 sharp swords. His fighting spirit burned like a flame, wishing to make the heavens collapse, make the earth explode. He was going to ask the heavens above on the path of long life. I am going to shatter the undying, reverse the past and present, turn into the world, reverse everything. Even though he was already old, feeling that his blood energy was lacking, he still had this type of conviction. He already stood at this height. If he took another step forward, he would reach the next level. He would be able to control everything. Yifan cut down all of the great waves, suppressing his sentimental mood, making himself calm and resolute, full of fighting spirit. Who can fight against me? He walked through the starry sky, stepping into the sky dome, searching for enemies, wishing to blossom at the peak of sublimation, pursue long life. This world was extremely quiet, unable to see the predecessors, unable to see the path of return. There was actually no one who could accept his challenge. The past heaven-warping geniuses all withered away, all of them dying. Yifan advanced alone, stepping over Big Dipper, Purple Micro, Amitba, Heaven Ascension, Heaven Reaching, Fire Mulberry, and other ancient stars. They were all shattered, everything becoming the dust of history. Even Earth had long ceased to exist, blasted into ashes. Yifan ascended the path to heaven, arriving before Imperial Pass, taking a step inside. Even this place was ruined, all of the palaces becoming traces. The Woodcutter Elder and the Tao Palace were erased under the skies of history. The entire world was boundless. Not a single opponent could be found. The past world was flourishing, but now, it instead became bleak, losing all of its glory, becoming the dust of history. The great powers of the past were all gone, all of them beaten into scorched earth. This left everyone feeling helpless, and they couldn't help but sigh. You can't even find an opponent? Just as he expected, God's organization was no more. 10,000 years had passed and too many things had changed. For people who like to listen to fairy tales, it might not be long, but in reality it was really too long. Both the underworld and God's organization, which had existed since ancient times, had been destroyed. This was a period of intense change that made people tremble and sigh in amazement. Who can fight me? Yifan roared. In this bleak universe where there were only a few planets left with life, he couldn't even see a single opponent. The end of a prosperous world turned out to be such a desolate wasteland. Back then, what kind of golden age was that? Stars shone resplendently, heroes contending for supremacy. The imperial prince and ancient prince both shone with brilliance, and ancient supreme beings shook the restricted region. What kind of great era was that? Just thinking about it made people tremble. And the experts would be even more excited. They were fortunate enough to be born in the most resplendent era since ancient times. That was the most ideal era, and they could engage in the most glorious battles of their lives. Names came one after another. Yao Guang, Tai Chu, Zhang Byron, Di Huang, Dao Yi, Fire Qilin, Sacred Prince. But all of them had passed away, and not a single person could be found. Yifan felt that he had reached the peak of strength, but he couldn't find an opponent. Even he himself couldn't estimate how terrifying his combat strength was. If there were no more opponents, he might become old. The Saint Physique could live for more than 10,000 years, and now it was almost the end. Even if he had eaten some divine medicines and holy fruits, it wouldn't extend his lifespan by too much. Back then, he had already offset the Tao injuries and the corrosion of time in the desolate ancient forbidden land. I'm about to grow old, and I actually don't have a single opponent. This wasn't a kind of invincible glory, but a kind of boundless loneliness. He finally experienced this kind of torment, and he could feel the mood of an ancient emperor. From being the enemy of the entire world, to being invincible in the heavens and earth, and then to being completely silent. What kind of cruelty was this? Everyone from his generation had died, and he was the only one left, enduring endless loneliness. In the boundless world, he couldn't even find an enemy. A person who turned his back on the common people. What was he thinking back then? Voluntarily transforming into the little girl. Why did she make such a decision back then? Yifan muttered to himself, silently gazing at the sky. I'm just myself, and I don't care about others. In this world, I want to be invincible. Since there are no more opponents in the world, then I'll fight with myself, break through the path of immortality, and ask the heavens. After great sorrow, Yifan walked alone for 100 years, and now he had cast off his melancholy. Like an unsheathed treasured sword, he released the most resplendent brilliance, and his aura shot into the 9 heavens. He turned into an invincible god of war, looking down on the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. With a single thought, he moved the world, and everything in the universe was within his grasp. There are no enemies. I'm my own enemy. I'll fight with myself. Yifan's conviction was so strong that even the starry rivers in the universe were trembling. If he roared out, the entire starry space would collapse. This was an extremely terrifying scene. His aura, his combat prowess, his will, and that unrivaled conviction, all of them reached the absolute peak since he was born in this world. I'm standing at the absolute peak of my life. I'm going to fight with myself, and walk on a path that belongs to me alone. This sonorous voice shook the entire starry space. A Yifan who was walking towards the most glorious peak of his life appeared, shattering all obstructions. Nothing could obstruct his path. Wherever his gaze turned, that place would collapse, becoming a resplendent expanse. After that, primal chaos erupted as a scene of creation appeared. Boom! At this moment, a resplendent bolt of lightning shot out from his immortal foundation, tearing apart this universe, shattering this world. It illuminated eternity, so blinding that people couldn't open their eyes. Yifan closed his eyes, allowing the immortal light to shine even brighter. He didn't move for a long time, comprehending this unique experience. After a long time, he opened his eyes. The blazing light gradually vanished. Before him, there was a golden divine sea that undulated with majestic might. From time to time, the sun, moon, and constellations would descend from it. The universe was boundlessly vast. The astral rivers were resplendent, never broken, never destroyed. It was just like yesterday. Yifan sat there, not moving at all. He silently stared at this starry space. Only after a long time did he mumble to himself, I saw a corner of the future. What he experienced wasn't an illusion. It was the future. Even now, when he thought back, his heart was still aching. His spirit was still injured. That was a period of inextinguishable cruelty. Yifan let out a long roar. He stood up, wanting to grasp the future. He mustn't allow the tragedy to play out. A ball of fire burned in Yi Fan's heart. He wanted to stop all of this. The most important person in his life was right beside him, right in front of him. He definitely couldn't wait until he lost them to feel pain. Everything was like a real experience. His will was as firm as iron. He had to protect everyone and wouldn't wait until it truly happened. At the same time, Yi Fan also knew why such a thing had happened. The piece of divine wood in his hand was boiling hot and had already been burned to ashes. This was the past secret he had obtained from the Northern Dipper lineage, and he had successfully cultivated it. After such a long time, he had everyone in the celestial court comprehend it, but no one could comprehend it. It required heavenly fate, and even he couldn't enter it. To him, it was just a piece of wood. Now, he had unexpectedly cultivated it, and a segment of profound meaning was imprinted in his mind. This was a supreme secret technique, a peerless secret for cultivating the primordial spirit. Once it was grasped to perfection, one could occasionally foresee the future. Moreover, he discovered that the movement's secret word had advanced by leaps and bounds. He seemed to have interfered with time during the process of comprehending the Tao. The combination of two supreme secret techniques had created a terrifying experience just now. And this sea? Yi Fan stared at the golden sea of bitterness and didn't say anything for a long time. After an unknown period of time, his gaze became resolute. The period of time he had experienced was the most precious treasure of his life. A period of time, a period of life. My Tao was formed because of it. It's a priceless treasure. Yi Fan became more and more resolute. The light in his eyes shocked the heavens. That was the future. Although it wasn't the only one, it might completely change. However, the 10,000 years of desolation, the hundreds of years of lonely pursuit, the despair and grief, as well as the understanding and comprehension of life, were all indelible. Experiencing a period of time and comprehending a period of the future, this was a 10,000-year life. It surpassed the value of the ancient scriptures. This might be the greatest treasure he had obtained on the path of cultivation, unrivaled in the present age. Yi Fan's conviction was firm, and he became incomparably resolute. His eyes were like two golden bolts of lightning as he strode forward. His hair was snow white, but there weren't any wrinkles on his face. He was still young, and there was still time. There was still time. Yi Fan developed his own Tao and methods. That period of experience was too important. It made him sad, made him bitter, made him bleak. Even now, when he thought back to it, he still felt waves of sorrow. This also gave him a deep feeling and endless comprehension. The heavenly tribulation hacked down, the sea of lightning submerging this place. Yi Fan didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. After experiencing that kind of 10,000-year great tribulation, what else was there to be afraid of in life? He was still alive. His loved ones and friends were still alive. This was enough. He rushed towards the heavens, a fist smashing upwards. A single force passed through the 3 layers of tribulation sea, striking out a vacuum. Yi Fan's tribulation wasn't just one, but 3 quasi-emperor tribulations. Even though his cultivation time wasn't that long, his accumulations were deep enough. It was as if he had truly experienced the ups and downs of 10,000 years. From the 3rd layer of the quasi-emperor, he broke through all the way to the 6th layer. He was at the top of this world. Lightning radiance was endless. A vast immortal domain suppressed him, surrounding him. It's not that big of a deal. Everyone is still alive. So what if the 3 tribulations overlap? I will definitely make it through. Yi Fan's conviction was unprecedentedly powerful. After passing through that true future, he was moved too greatly. His will was like steel, not treating the 3 great tribulations as difficult. In reality, the 3 quasi-emperor tribulations were too rare. Even if it wasn't the only one since ancient times, it was close. At this level, how could one continuously undergo tribulations? Under normal circumstances, the quasi-emperor tribulations truly needed to be passed layer by layer. The further one went, the more difficult it would be. Each layer would trap a cultivator for many years, even to the point of death. However, Yi Fan was this powerful. These 3 tribulations couldn't stop him. He rushed upwards, passing through all of the sea of lightning, breaking through the vast immortal domain. The cauldron danced with him. What he wanted wasn't just this. He couldn't act in the future anymore. He needed to become stronger. Chapter 1695. Yifan was extremely tired. He made it through 3 layers of quasi-emperor tribulation, his body covered in specks of blood. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't easily make it through. How many people had seen this type of tribulation before? The quasi-emperor tribulation was difficult to pass. Yet he made it through 3 great trials in succession. Dang! A bell sound rang out, the sound chilly, shaking up one's soul. A great bell appeared. The heavenly tribulation was originally about to scatter. Yifan blasted through immortal domain's void figure, killing the green dragon, vermilion bird, and others. He never expected this type of artifact to appear again. It was extremely sudden. There wasn't much lightning left, and this great bell was also extremely indistinct. There were streaks of electrical radiance interweaving, outlining its shape. It wasn't the Wuxia bell he had seen before, but rather a mysterious bell body he had never seen before. Symbols were endless, engraved on the bell's walls, every single ancient symbol possessing a type of strange power. It was intimidating. When Yifan saw it, he felt as if all of his blood vessels surged, interacting with it, indescribably resonating with it. It was an extremely strange feeling. Then, it shook in a long and drawn-out manner, almost making Yifan's soul fall out. Even someone as powerful as him had no choice but to do everything he could to resist, using all of his power. How terrifying! For Yifan to say these 3 words, it really was rare. It wasn't that he hadn't encountered an attack from Emperor artifacts before, but now, he felt like this bell was even more mysterious. In that instant, he thought of a sex artifact. It was born in an immortal mountain, previously attacked by an emperor, wishing to seize the immortal bell grasped by Kunlun's descendants. It was definitely it. It really was unexpected. Did that immortal seed reflect this place? It was forged from natural laws, lightning interweaving, not much different from a real object. Could also release a clear and melodious sound. With a wung sound, it turned into a streak of flowing light, and then it suppressed downwards. The bell's mouth enlarged, surrounding the person and cauldron below, completely covering them. Yifan resisted. This was a tremendous pressure. His blood that was becoming increasingly red began to boil, bones releasing GG sounds. Rays of light scattered down from the immortal bell. Yifan sacrificed the cauldron and used it to withstand the attack. Although he could easily injure himself, he took the risk and tempered the source energy cauldron. The ringing of the bell was long and drawn out, and the laws swept down. This was not an attack that was like a blade or a sword, but rather a suppression of a tremendous force. It was as if the entire starry sky was pressing down, wanting to crush Yifan into meat paste. If one didn't have a divine body, if one wasn't extremely sturdy, it would definitely be difficult to endure. It was just too powerful. Yifan's body split apart, bloody scars appearing. Perhaps it could also be said that it was precisely because his physical body was too powerful that the immortal bell appeared, matching the heavenly tribulation he should face, pressuring him. The only fortunate thing was that the immortal bell didn't fight to the death, fighting to the end, not taking another step forward. After an unknown period of time, Yifan used all sorts of secret techniques to resist the falling celestial light. He even used his sacred body phenomenon to open up the entire sky and lift the celestial bell. In that place, the radiance was resplendent. A great bell was long and drawn out, tearing apart the peace of endless ages. Meanwhile, at this time, Yifan finally sensed something. There was a type of power that was going to fluctuate within his body, resonating with that immortal bell. An incantation appeared in his mind. He was immediately shaken, great waves surging within him. It was actually related to this incantation. Was it because of it that the immortal bell was formed? Yifan was extremely shocked. The fog that had been shrouding him for many years seemed to have dispersed quite a bit. He trembled inwardly, thinking of many things. He definitely had to pursue this matter. The scriptures rang out, and then everything calmed down. The immortal bell also disappeared, the sea of lightning between heaven and earth gradually scattering, about to recover the starry radiance in the sky. However, with a loud hong sound, it was as if a raging sea was pouncing over. Tens of thousands of waves were raging. This was a great fire that burned the cosmos into ashes. The stars in the distance were engulfed by the flames and directly melted. This was karmic fire roasting Yifan, refining his body. Came extremely mysteriously, extremely suddenly. The world of mortals was endless, all living things sinful. When the flames burned their bodies, deities wouldn't let them off either. Ancient Buddhas wouldn't be spared either. Once it entered the body, it would truly burn the soul, even going to be completely refined. This time, the karmic fire was a bit different from the karmic fire of the world. This was the karmic fire essence flame of 10,000 Tao, the most terrifying. All types of great evils of the heavens turned into flames, gathering together to burn Yifan's body. Yifan didn't run away, having the cauldron cross it together with him, bathing in the fiery light. This was a process that the quasi-emperor had to experience. Most people would appear when they became the quasi-emperor, but there were a few who would only appear later. When Yifan became the quasi-emperor back then, he crossed two calamities, so he was naturally an exception. Back then, when Shakyamuni became the quasi-emperor, tempering his body, he had once burned his bones, leaving behind a Buddha crown bone that landed in Huahua's hands. Yifan sat down, taking the initiative to draw the karmic fire onto his body, tempering his soul. This wasn't something an ordinary person dared to do, yet he was taking a risk. Because he wanted to become the most powerful, everything had to be done to an inconceivable standard, in preparation for the great battle in the future. He wouldn't allow any regrets to occur. Even though the future was full of uncertainties, and what he saw was only a corner of the future, full of variables not necessarily true, as long as there was a chance, he would strangle it in the early stages. Increasing his strength was an inevitable choice. Karmic fire golden body. Yifan's entire body shone, the blood in his body surging, every bone moving rhythmically, trembling non-stop. This was a type of tempering, and even more so a rare transformation. It wasn't the karmic fire the common people saw, but rather the 10,000 flames within the karmic fire, tempering his body, burning endlessly. This was naturally a great tribulation, because one could clearly see Yifan's flesh breaking apart, almost burning. Every bone was colliding, even shattering. His body was reconstructing, like a snake shedding its old skin. Fine broken bones were also squeezed out, flesh and blood continuously falling off, dripping with fresh blood. This kind of scene was extremely terrifying. How could a transformation be like this? It should be done step by step, from the minute changes. To be so bold and decisive like this, broken bones being replaced, flesh and blood being reduced, it was truly a bit terrifying. However, the karmic fire that quasi-emperor drew on was like this. This kind of transformation didn't have any order to speak of. It was extremely unyielding, extremely ferocious. The great calamity outside Yifan's body burned fiercely, engulfing him. This place became more and more mysterious, as if there was an invisible great axe chopping down, transforming his body. After who knew how much time had passed, the karmic fire completely retreated. The cauldron floated above Yifan's head. He opened his eyes, sharp like lightning, and stood up. There were many pieces of broken bones under his feet. Those were the waste bones that had been squeezed out after being reborn. It was a bit terrifying. Yifan grabbed them in his hands, and then crushed them into flying ashes. He raised them lightly and said, "A period of my time was buried here, you can accompany me here." The third layer of the heavenly tribulation ended, and he had completed his advancement. Both his physical body and consciousness were extremely terrifying, reaching a shocking level. From today onwards, he could be considered one of the strongest in the universe, surpassing his opponents of the past. Many people in this life would find it difficult to compete with him, and perhaps they could only use time to make up for it in order to catch up. Yifan swallowed and drank like a whale, absorbing the essence of the universe to replenish his empty body after the tribulation. What was shocking was that the golden sea of bitterness below was unharmed. Even such a vast heavenly tribulation did not destroy it. He absorbed the essence from all directions, triggering the world's 10,000 Daos to cry out in harmony. Yifan felt a familiar fluctuation in the depths of the golden sea. He flew in, and multicolored light continuously pounced at him, causing his body to tremble violently. Then he let out a long sigh. He finally understood where this was, the divine physique ancestral star. However, it had been destroyed. The seal on the tomb of the divine physique ancestral star had been broken, but there was no body, no bones, only a golden taboo sea that rushed out and submerged this place. Is this the anger of the divine physique ancestral star? Yifan sighed. The person back then was too powerful. The sea of bitterness in the tomb was actually so vast, rushing through the tomb and submerging the starry sky. This kind of remnant Tao, this kind of trace, could be said to be the ultimate manifestation of a drop of blood filling up the sea of stars. No wonder it could be like this. It affected me together with the front secret word and the action secret word. It's a bloodline inheritance, the call of blood. This place was not very useful to Yifan. Only some essence energy that had not dissipated entered his body, and some Tao laws for him to ponder. But now, to the quasi-emperor of the sixth layer, it was no longer necessary. It's still very useful to Yang Shi. Who knows, he might have a great opportunity here. Yifan searched everywhere in the golden taboo sea, feeling that there should be something left behind. But after searching for several days, he still found nothing. He had no time to waste because there was still something important he had to do. He had to search for the immortal bell, so that he could have a trump card that no one could ignore in the future battle. Although the hope of obtaining it was a little uncertain, he had no choice but to give it a try, because the scripture in his body could actually resonate with the bell. Yifan left, temporarily ending his seclusion. He flew along, transforming into a terrifying beam of time light that tore through the darkness of the cosmos. It was incomparably terrifying. He continued to test things out as he advanced, and all aspects of his body improved. His battle prowess increased by a large amount, absolutely terrifying to the point where few people in the world could match him. Moreover, Yifan discovered to his surprise that he almost instantly stood in the God-forbidden domain. After repeated attempts, he discovered that the probability of triggering it was extremely high. There was a period of time when he would be happy if he could trigger it once every half a year. Later on, when he was in the Great Sage's realm, it was shortened to a few days. Now, he actually erupted to this step, and could successfully trigger it multiple times in a single day. At this moment, Yifan's confidence soared, and his heroic spirit soared. In this world, he could also be considered a peak expert. As long as supreme beings didn't appear, he, who was about to reach the major success stage, could fight against anyone. Even if he couldn't suppress several peerless experts, he wouldn't be as passive as he was in the past. Yifan flew, his silhouette blurry. The Rho formula was unparalleled under the heavens, and his body affected the flow of time. A single leap seemed to be an eternity. Along the way, Yifan carved words in the void. The runes flashed and then condensed into a golden divine bird that flew toward the celestial court. This was the method of Quasi-Emperor on sixth heaven. Even though they were separated by countless galaxies, he could still use godly techniques to send messages. This was the letter he left for Yang Shi, asking her to search for it on the ancestral planet of the Saint Physique. Meanwhile, he flew directly toward an ancient path, going against the flow. This was the starting path of the 9 dragons pulling coffin, and he had walked out from this starry sky. Moments later, Yifan landed on the ancient Mars star. This was his current power. He crossed the endless starry sky with a single thought and arrived at his destination. For the battle in a few years, to survive, to protect his family and friends, and to prevent the elegy from resounding, he had to do everything possible to increase his strength and the foundation of the celestial court. He had come here to search for the celestial bell. Chapter 1696. Mars was a demonic star. This was Yifan's truest feeling. He had an unforgettable memory here. Half of his schoolmates' souls had returned to this place. Recalling the past, It felt like it was only yesterday. How many things could be repeated? Bits and pieces of the past had passed with the passage of time. Some people could never be seen again, but he could still remember their pale faces and helpless gazes. They longed to live on. Yifan stood silently. It was here that a few good brothers fell into a pool of blood one after another. They pulled with all their might, but they could no longer get up. They couldn't save their lives. Time was like a river that flowed slowly, covering up many things and taking away many emotions. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin, no beginning or end, made them wander aimlessly, unable to return to the past. The trajectory of life and death changed, and the past became memories. The experience of life and death, the elegy of blood and fire. There weren't many people who survived until now. Only a few were left, and they spoke of old fragmented memories. The wind gradually rose, and the ancient Mars was scarlet red. There were hard grains of sand everywhere, and there was no sign of life in the dry desert. There were no familiar people or weapons. They had all been buried. Yifan took a step forward. Now, he could make stars fall with a single thought, and planets and other things were nothing to him. His divine sense could completely cover this place. He felt a tremendous pressure here. Mars was definitely extraordinary and couldn't be measured with common sense. Anyone who thought that they were unrivaled in the present age and rashly refined this planet would hit a wall. There was a great terror in the depths of Mars. If one dared to act rashly, there would be a bloody calamity. This was Yifan's first instinctive reaction, and he couldn't help but frown. There were too many buried here, recording a thick and terrifying history. Back then, there was a great battle involving emperors. It had been covered in dust for years, but it had never dissipated until now. Yifan withdrew his attention from the depths of the Earth's core and walked on the surface. The great Thunderclap Temple had long since ceased to exist, and there were almost no traces left. Relying on his powerful divine sense, he found the foundation of the Thunderclap Temple. The crocodile ancestor no longer existed, and the dungeon was still full of energy. Back then, Shakyamuni had set up the 18 levels of hell to suppress the 18 giants of the universe. The bloodthirsty and bloodthirsty crocodile ancestor, and the powerful divine will of a saint physique. Which one of them was easy to deal with? This was the yin-yang prison, divided into 2 layers that restrained and complemented each other. It was an exquisite design, using the power of heaven and earth to suppress 2 great demon kings for 2,000 years. Since Yifan had returned, he naturally had to take a clear look. Back then, his cultivation was weak, and there were many things that he couldn't see through. These carvings have a deeper meaning, hinting at the terror of Mars. Wild beasts are the soldiers, Cheongqi, Kuanpong, and the others are the generals, leading to a deep burial ground. Yifan understood. Shakyamuni had also wanted to explore the world under the Red Sea, but he had failed. He was missing something, and all his efforts had gone to waste. He could only choose to strengthen the seal to prevent the monsters inside from breaking out. Yifan gently brushed the dust away. An enormous stone pillar released ka-ka sounds, and a layer of stone powder fell off. 9 stars flickered brilliantly, flickering about. The coordinates of the 18 levels of hell. Yifan was surprised. Sure enough, there was a mystery. This was the power of the quasi-emperor on 6th heaven. Nothing could be hidden from him, and every little clue could be reflected in his mind. This was the mystery carved by Shakyamuni. The other 8 stars were like this one, divided into the upper and lower yin-yang prisons, located in the 8 great ancient regions. Yifan understood and walked to the surface. After observing for 2 days on Mars, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he crossed the stars to search for other levels of hell. At Yifan's current realm, he could go anywhere in the world. Even if it was a demon region sealed by the quasi-emperor in the past, he could easily break into it. Perhaps he would be able to gain more enlightenment and safely explore the secrets of Mars's underground. His speed was very fast. Although he crossed the endless starry sky, time seemed to have frozen in an instant. He arrived at his first stop. He couldn't feel any signs of life here. Desolation was the theme. Yifan said softly, "Could this be the place where the 99 Dragon Mountains once descended?" He carefully explored, discovering that this was previously a source of life, but it had completely dried up. All of the spiritual essence had become empty, seized by a mysterious power. Moreover, there were remnants on the great earth, the places where dragon veins had previously resided. Mars was also such a place, and Earth was the last stop. It was fortunate that it hadn't been destroyed. A broken tablet stood here. No one knew how many years it had been since someone came here, and there were no other traces. Demon Sealing Tablet. There were 3 ancient words on the broken tablet. Yifan searched the entire ancient star and only found something strange here. He was sure that this was the location of the prison. He pulled up the stone tablet, and immediately, waves of demonic energy rushed up like a volcano eruption. Smoke filled the air, covering the sky and covering the sun. As expected, this was a prison. There was a shocking great demon sealed in the first floor. It let out an excited and terrifying roar. "Dao friend outside, please lend me a hand. I will reward you generously." "Tell me your name," Yifan said calmly. "Great Xia Dragonfinch." The roar shook the heaven and earth. There was a kind of heroic spirit and also a kind of arrogance. Yifan was speechless. Wasn't Long Yuxuan's ancestor the great Xia Dragonfinch? He was a demonic god that had once called upon the wind and summoned the rain in ancient China. Could it be that he was suppressed here? Yifan asked. There was a moment of silence from within, and then he erupted in anger. "I only stayed there for a period of time. I couldn't find any immortal treasures and was instead suppressed. Are you threatening me? There is a bit of my bloodline left there, so it isn't much. It won't be able to restrict me." Yifan laughed. He tore open the seal, and a dragonfinch rushed out from an ancient well. It spread its wings and then dove down with a wave of tyrannical aura. "I saved you and you still want to harm me?" Yifan's expression was calm. He raised his hand and slapped over. With a loud honglong sound, the great Xia dragonfinch spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was drenched in blood, and his golden divine feathers flew everywhere. He revealed an expression of shock. Back then, he was a demonic god and was at the peak of the great sage realm. Even though most of his cultivation was shaved off by Sakyamuni and he was suppressed here, he didn't waste his time. He had already recovered and was quietly waiting for the day he could escape. He never thought that this person would be so terrifying at such a young age. That Baldy from back then was just too terrifying. "I just wanted to test your strength. I don't have any ill intentions towards you," the great dragonfinch explained. There was a great fear in his heart. This wasn't his era anymore, and such a terrifying figure had actually appeared. Pong! Yifan's large hand slapped down again. The great Xia dragonfinch's soul almost left his body. He rushed into the sky, but he was grabbed by a large golden hand and couldn't escape. "Please show mercy." He couldn't help but cry out. "I'll teach you a lesson. There are many people in this world who can deal with you. Don't be arrogant and kill without reason." Yifan let him go, but his entire body was covered in blood and many of his bones were broken. The great Xia dragonfinch was terrified and didn't say anything else. Yifan broke open the other layer of the cage, but in the end, it was all for naught. The person inside had long died in meditation for hundreds of years, and only a corpse was left. It didn't survive the corrosion of time. The great Xia dragonfinch wanted to leave, but Yifan forced it to stay by his side. It was quite strong, and if it didn't like its actions, it would take lives. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been suppressed. The great Xia dragonfinch was helpless. This young man was too strong, and he couldn't leave. He could only follow. We were suppressed, but we were still alive. Firstly, that Baldy was quite merciful. Secondly, we all know some secrets of the Chaos God planet and are of some value to the future generations. It is just that this kind of waiting for the fated situation is really infuriating. The great Xia dragonfinch spoke the truth. Yifan nodded and rushed to the next area. This time, 2 living beings were unsealed. One was a silver snake, and the other was a heavenly bug. These 2 were ferocious beings. They attacked as soon as they broke free, but in the end, Yifan used one hand to beat them into submission. They didn't dare to be violent anymore. The great Xia Dragonfinch sighed and said, "Back then, these two were shocking figures. If they weren't suppressed by Sakya, they would have most likely entered the quasi-emperor realm. Now they are being beaten up. Stop talking. Everyone knows that you were a ferocious person back then. But now, you have become an obedient bird," the heavenly bug said. Just like that, Yifan broke through 7 stars and released a total of 12 ancient people. They were all extremely strong, and he didn't have much to say to them. If they dared to cause trouble, he would just fight them. This method was very useful. Yifan taught these ferocious beings a lesson. They didn't dare to cause trouble, and they were forced to follow him. He didn't imprison them. The quasi-emperor on 6th heaven was enough to intimidate them. Any ferocious being could only lie down in front of such a master. If they dared to resist, they would only be courting death. When they came to the last star, someone issued a challenge to Yifan. This was the only quasi-emperor, and he was also the most powerful and terrifying person back then. This person's cultivation had been shaved off, but after 2,000 years of hard cultivation, he forcefully recovered his power and almost reached a higher level. He was a master on 3rd heaven of the quasi-emperor, but he still couldn't escape. When Yifan broke the last cage, he spent a lot of effort. This was an ancient bird with bright red feathers that transformed into a Taoist robe. He fought with Yifan right away because he knew that if he didn't fight, he would be subdued, and it would be difficult for him to escape. "If you were peaceful, I wouldn't have kept you by my side and let you go. Since I let you out, you have to be responsible for other living beings. I won't allow you to leave and cause trouble." Yifan's attack was still simple. With a wave of his sleeve, he was sucked inside. No matter how great his power was, he couldn't fly out of this world. This old rooster was known as the mountain phoenix back then. After its bloodline awakened, it was difficult to find a match in the demon race. It was undefeated before meeting the Baldy, but today it actually encountered a great setback. The old rooster is out of luck. He is proud and arrogant, but he will always encounter a supreme expert who can suppress him. The other demons discussed in low voices. Some people took joy in his misfortune. They had suffered at his hands before, so they were happy to see him suffer. "Ah!" This ancient mountain bird roared loudly. Its phoenix blood boiled, and its Taoist robe shattered. It turned into hundreds of thousands of divine feathers that shot towards Yifan, trying to break free from his sleeve. The old rooster is going all out. Its leg hair is fighting. As expected, it's angry and isn't holding back at all. Its entire body is bare. Yifan was speechless. This Taoist formed from the spirit of a mountain chicken was truly violent. It was actually like this. He flipped his hand and pressed it down, forcing it to transform into its original form. It was actually a featherless rooster. There was a difference of 3 heavens, and Yifan was so powerful. This ancient demon simply didn't have the capital to contend against him. Even though it was extremely powerful, it was far from being his opponent. "I submit." In the end, the old rooster yielded and revealed his origins. He was indeed a rooster spirit who obtained Tao in an immortal's cave and cultivated supreme divine abilities. He hated others, calling him a mountain chicken and rooster spirit. He called himself the mountain phoenix. Yifan naturally wouldn't humiliate him and told him their purpose in finding him. The group of 14 returned to Mars. These people had all come for the immortal treasures back then, and they all knew some secrets. Together, they would be of great help in exploring this place. In reality, even though the 13 great demons were somewhat unconvinced at first, they immediately calmed down after arriving here. They also wanted to see the supreme treasures and great secrets of Mars. "Everyone, since we've chosen the same path, let's get to the bottom of this together," said Yifan. He was somewhat moved. Back then, the 18 levels of hell could only be considered a legend to him. He had never thought that one day, he would personally break through it and release a total of 13 living ancients. The years flew by like a dream. Chapter 1697. The ancient Mars was clearly much larger than it was now, but because of the great changes, it shrunk and became like this. The northern sea was dried up and there was no water. When Yifan and the others arrived, they only saw sand and boulders that had been washed clean. Most of them were scarlet red in color. Some said that this was caused by blood. The battle back then had dyed the entire Mars star red. If not for that immortal treasure suppressing it, the so-called solar system wouldn't even exist anymore. Pong! The 100-feet heavenly worm took action. It moved away a boulder and opened the seal, revealing a pitch-black hole. A cold and sinister aura appeared, shocking one to the soul. Yifan walked forward and was the first to enter. He went straight into the depths and could vaguely hear the sounds of tsunamis. This was a vast world that was far more vast than one could imagine. There was a seal below. At first, it wasn't difficult to break, and it wasn't a problem for the great sage. Only when they heard the chanting of scriptures did they raise their guard. Woo, it's that group of monks. They became a group of ghost monks. A large ship blocked the way. Golden light shone for tens of thousands of zhong, and waves of chanting could be heard. However, it was extremely weak and could break at any time. No, it's different from hundreds of years ago, Yifan said softly. How powerful was his divine sense? Those ancient Buddhas and Arhats were all gone. There was a layer of powder on the ship. They had all melted and turned into dust. The chanting came from the ship itself. It was the reverberation of the past Buddhist chants and not the chanting of scriptures. It was clear that something had happened. This place was different and much more terrifying than before. One had to know that this wasn't the deepest part. Finally, they arrived at the underground world. Everything was shaken. There really was a sea that was pitch black like ink. It was boundless and without end. It was extremely strange to see such a scene underground. This is a world of its own, the great Xia Dragonfinch said. Based on what he knew, it was extremely difficult to get close to the endless sea. Even the great sage found it difficult to break through. Now it was so easy. It was clear that the great seal had been broken. Be careful, the mountain phoenix reminded. Don't worry, old rooster. No, Lord Mountain Phoenix. She hurriedly changed the way he addressed her. He had accidentally called her that way, and he was really afraid that he would bring about a fatal disaster. Now that we're here, let's work together. Everyone, make sure to explain everything you know in advance to avoid any major problems, Yifan said. As he finished speaking, he was the first to descend into the Black Ocean to investigate. There were no unforeseen changes. This place was deathly still, without any signs of life. There were no fish in the sea, and even less of a demon. It was a dead sea, completely silent. Is this the place where an entire generation of emperor-level experts were buried? Nothing could be seen, only water and the Black Sea. There was no danger here. It was very calm, but the silence was almost scary. It made people feel that something was wrong. They all followed beside Yifan and Shan Huang as they advanced into the depths of the sea. After all, these were two quasi-emperor, which gave them enough confidence to advance. It could be said to be a luxurious lineup. With their speed, crossing a star domain wasn't a problem. However, they still couldn't reach the limits of the sea. It was a great world after all. Finally, they saw an island. It was pitch black like a mountain ridge as it emerged from the water surface. However, as soon as they got closer, their expressions changed. How was this an island? It was actually a vertebra that stretched across this place. It was incomparably large, stretching over 10,000 li. This was an enormous skeleton of many sections. It was submerged in the sea, yet it could protrude out like this. It was truly shocking. This is a star beast, still in its infancy. It lives by eating star cores. Who would have thought that this type of creature really existed? We haven't seen many of them since the ancient times. Everyone was astonished. This type of creature's potential was limitless. In the later stages, it would reach quasi-emperor level strength. In reality, the few that appeared in history had all stirred up endless storms. If not for this race being so rare, it would definitely become a great disaster for the universe. Boundless water realm. When will it reach its end? Someone said to himself. Yifan extended out his divine senses, but it was extremely strange. This place was extremely special. Even someone as powerful as his divine will couldn't investigate everything. It was covered up by a mysterious fluctuation. It's that supreme treasure's aura. It has turned into a formless great Tao, cutting off everything here. It might be underwater. Shan Huang spoke about the clues she obtained. The 100 feet heavenly bug said, "Woo, then let's go down and take a look. However, this sea doesn't seem right no matter how I look at it. Who knows what might happen if we go down rashly. Let's give it a try first. If there is something terrifying lying dormant, there will be a battle sooner or later. We might as well do it as soon as possible." She said, "Let me do it." That red-crowned crane transformed into its original form. With a spread of its wings, they covered the sky and covered the sun. Then, it fiercely hacked downwards, its divine wings like snow-white heavenly blades, splitting the heavens, splitting the vast sea into two. Suddenly, a terrifying aura rushed into the heavens, locking onto the red-crowned crane. An enormous tentacle reached over, as if it was a demon from the abyss of hell. Its entire body was bumpy and covered in mucus, its tentacle reaching several thousand li in length. The red-crowned crane clashed with it. Its silver wings erupted with brilliant light, releasing kung-chong sounds. It flew outwards. That tentacle was extremely powerful. It continued to extend outwards, almost wrapping around it and pulling it into the sea. There was a terrifying demonic nature to it. It's an octopus. It's this enormous, full of corrosive power, deathly energy pervading the air. When the seawater rose and fell, they saw a gray octopus that was the size of a heaven-connecting giant mountain. It was suffused with deathly mist, even more so a type of decaying aura. This wasn't a true prehistoric octopus, but rather a dead spirit formed from endless rotting flesh. Energy overflowed into the heavens. Heroic spirits rest in peace, dead slaves guard the tomb. This is what my master told me when he was still alive. It seems like it really is under the sea. Someone said with shock. This octopus was extremely strange. There was the corpse of the great sage on it, as well as the fragments of the quasi-emperor's weapons. It was extremely powerful, weaker than the abnormal great sage, to the extent where some parts were even stronger. Pooh! However, in front of the true quasi-emperor it wasn't much. The mountain phoenix reached out her hand, pointing out. That enormous creature was directly blasted apart, turning into mud. Energy and the stench of decay overflowed into the heavens. The mountain phoenix pointed out again, opening up a passage, separating them from the seawater, directly entering the boundless sea. They didn't know how far they traveled. They unexpectedly passed through the water layer, arriving at the very bottom. It was incredibly spacious without any water, the vast sea covering them, not falling down. Meanwhile, the ground was densely packed, skeletal remains everywhere, ice-cold corpses of creatures everywhere, stretching as far as the eye could see. This made one's scalp go numb. Just how many people died back then? Why were there so many? They couldn't see the end of it with a single glance? This is the place. We arrived at an ancient battlefield that buried an entire era. There were even Emperor Dao figures who fell here. The snake was moved. Something isn't right. It was rumored that normal people couldn't enter at all, so why didn't we expend any effort? This place's seal was broken by someone, so we weren't obstructed, directly arriving at this battlefield. When they heard this result, their minds sunk. Someone beat them to it, arriving many years before them. Yifan lowered his head, looking at this endless battlefield. He sensed endless energy, as well as a strand of exuberant life force. He knew that there was great danger here. Back then, he had speculated that there might be spirits reborn here, and now it seemed like it was true. This is simply the second of the underworld. The most terrifying situation might appear, the great Xia Dragon Sparrow said, his expression extremely gloomy. Yifan brought out the green lotus, holding it in his hand just in case. He walked forward. As they walked forward, they became more and more alarmed. There were countless broken weapons and flags on the ground, no lack of quasi-emperor weapons. Even though they were destroyed to the point where they couldn't be used, even the material's divinity had disappeared, they could still see that they were definitely quasi-emperor weapons. Just how terrifying was that battle back then? There were actually so many damaged weapons left behind. The level of those weapons was too high. Moreover, they discovered that there were many layers to the battlefield. They were originally all sealed. The deeper they went, the deeper the seal became. However, now they had all been broken, their path unobstructed. Too terrifying. It had long been broken by someone. It's too horrifying. Even the mountain phoenix was shocked. It was because when they approached the core region, the battlefield's remaining sealing power made even him feel like it was troublesome. If it was him who broke through the seal, he most likely wouldn't be able to reach this place. There were countless corpses on the ground, the earth black and red. This was formed from endless bloody mud and ruined blood. In a battle of that level, it was difficult for corpses to be left behind. They would inevitably turn into bloody mist. These remains were piled up by someone later on, or else there would only be ruined blood. They were buried here, turned into a cemetery. A great world becoming a cemetery. Just how terrifying was this? I feel like it wasn't later generations who buried them here, but rather someone who did it themselves, needing these flesh bodies. Yifan frowned. He sensed a powerful wave of life force. Even though he was drowned under the sea of death energy, he could still sense it with his spiritual senses. We've arrived. The core burial ground. What is that? There are several corpses, their blood already flowing out, dying here. They were shocked. In the depths of the battlefield, there was an incomparably grand palace. There were many flesh corpses around it, but there were 3 that were special, lying in front of the palace gates. A divine tiger, definitely the quasi-emperor. Yifan was shocked. This was the mount of the long-life celestial being in Immortal Mausoleum. Before the final battle, when the immortal path collapsed, this tiger disappeared, never expecting to appear here. It was already a corpse, the blood essence within its body drained, the rotten blood on the ground long lacking spiritual energy. Beside it, another corpse was also recognized. This is someone from the underworld. They actually found this place. It's a war slave. Yifan already understood the underworld quite well, seeing through its origins. It had reincarnation imprints on its body, as well as the symbol of an underworld slave. It hadn't truly awakened, possessing great strength. It was sent out to carry out a mission, yet it died here. There was another quasi-emperor, one he didn't recognize. From the looks of it, it had already been several hundred years since it died. It similarly lost its blood essence. Rotten blood scattered all over the ground. Not to mention the other demons. Even the mountain phoenix's heart was pounding. Even the quasi-emperor had died here, each with a great background. It most likely wouldn't be able to escape if it went in. Yifan stared ahead, the green lotus in his hand slashing through the thick mist. Or else this kind of thing could even block the heaven's eye. Within the grand palace, there were 3 severed arms, half a head, and many pieces of flesh that didn't belong to the same person. An explosion sounded in Yifan's mind. That was the flesh and blood of an Emperor Realm expert, who ate them, leaving only these remnants. He had fought with a supreme being before, so he knew that the flesh and blood definitely belonged to an Emperor Realm expert. However, now that the blood essence was gone, and the Emperor Realm's laws were erased, one could no longer feel that kind of supreme dignity, only that unique aura was left. And they seemed to have been devoured by a large beast. This made one's scalp go numb. After carefully sensing, he discovered that the severed arms, broken heads, and pieces of flesh were filled with the power of time, left behind by someone countless years ago. Yifan's body went cold. What exactly was buried in the depths of Yinghua? What was the truth? It definitely wasn't as simple as the outside world said. Something was sleeping here, devouring the endless flesh and blood, eating the remains of the Emperor Realm experts. The fallen supreme being who had buried an era back then had actually met such a fate. Could it be that that thing was still alive? The divine tiger, the underworld's war slave, and the nameless quasi-emperor had all fallen outside in the past few hundred years. Their blood essence had all disappeared. Yifan's eyes burst with light, the heaven's eye of source piercing through the void, illuminating the entire palace and dispersing the mist. What is that? Someone trembled. In the void above the palace, there was a blood-colored ball of flesh that looked like a large cocoon. It was pulled into a void gate, about to disappear from this world at any time. Behind that gate, there was a primal chaos bell with a suction force. It was precisely this bell that was pulling the ball of flesh in. The two sides fell into a deadlock, and this state should have lasted for quite a long time. How could it be here? Even someone as strong-willed as Yifan's expression changed greatly at this moment, and he couldn't help but cry out in alarm. This was too shocking. That was actually the Wuxia bell. Back then, this bell had filled up the path of immortality, so how could it be here now? It was going to pull that terrifying ball of flesh into another world. The immortal bell wasn't here, but the Wuxia bell had appeared. This caused great waves to surge in Yifan's heart. There was indeed a great terror beneath the ancient Mars star, and a great bloody secret was hidden.